on.
Oh, it's okay. I saw it big. So yesterday I wore a sweater that is the same color as my walls and was worried if I turned this on, all you would see is my glasses and my hair, and the rest of me would disappear.
With the
Hi, everyone.
Okay, we're waiting for you, Mark.
Cool. I was just looking to see if everyone is added. We have 2 left in the waiting room. Anyway, let's get started. Welcome everyone to this session on the connectivity policy landscape in Canada. I think a preamble is not really necessary. I'd really like to get to the meat of the discussion ahead of the launch of today's summit. We have a great group of panelists lined up for this discussion. We're still waiting on a couple to enter the room. Apparently the weather is very bad in Iqaluit and it's affecting connectivity today. So while we're waiting for Madeline to join, What I'll do is kick off by asking each panelist a few questions to get the conversation started. Then we'll open it up to all of you to ask questions. The first thing I think would be important to know is, who are we? Who are our panelists today? So what I will do is ask each of our panelists to provide a brief introduction of who they are, where they work, and what is most important to them with regard to connectivity. And I'll do that as the panelists appear on my screen. So I'll call you out one by one. First up is Laura.
Hi, thanks for having me. So my name is Laura Tribe, and I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Open Media. I've met, and I see familiar faces on the call, but many of you I'm sure we haven't met yet. And Open Media is a national nonprofit organization. I'm in Ottawa. I have colleagues kind of across the country. We're based in Vancouver. But what we do is grassroots advocacy to improve access to the internet and to make sure that it's more affordable. And so a lot of the work that we're doing focuses on how to make sure that people who are concerned about these issues have a way to actually engage with decision makers who are making decisions around the internet, whether that's priorities of what should be put forward first, whether that's looking at how to fund these projects, or whether that's looking at the actual policies of what connectivity looks like in Canada. So we do a lot of work at the CRTC, at our federal regulator. We do a lot of work at the federal government, as well as working with individuals who are concerned in their particular communities, trying to find ways for them to understand the space, make sure that they have a way for their voices to be heard. So we do work with Indigenous communities where it comes up, but a lot of our work is focused on making sure that those voices are amplified. So I will have to defer to those who are working more deeply, specifically in Indigenous communities, on what it looks like in that space. But we definitely have a lot of community members who are speaking of their challenges with connectivity, their successes with connectivity in those areas, and try and bring that forward in the conversations that we have.
Thanks, Laura. Samer, you're up next.
Thanks, Mark. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I'm Samer Bichet, and the CEO and founder of Iristel. We have a few brands under our infrastructure company, which is Ice Wireless, Sugar Mobile. My passion is definitely bridging the digital divide and seeing a lot of these rural and remote communities get connected. We've only been in the north for the last 10 years, but my story actually started, I want to say, about 43 years ago. Maybe I'm aging myself a little bit, but I was literally 6 months old. And my father used to work for the World Bank in Nigeria, and moving from village to village, developing agricultural land for irrigation systems and just self-sustainability opened up my eye to remote rural communities in the heart of Africa. And it kind of brought me, it was almost a deja vu when I took a flying trip with Toronto, actually the Buttonville Flying Club. It's a small club north of Toronto out of Buttonville Airport. So a few pilots decided to go on a trip to the north, and we made stops in communities as small as Old Crow, that's in the Northwest Territories, community of about 300 people. And Yukon, yeah. And so it's a community of about 300, literally in the middle of nowhere. They get their supplies flown in, dentists, doctors, they literally have to fly in. And it brought me back to my childhood growing up in Nigeria, except they were far more disadvantaged because it wasn't just a digital divide, but this was also a physical and distance divide where, they're thousands of kilometers away from any close community. So this is where kind of my curiosity kicked in and my passion, and we were the first CLEC to open up operations as soon as the monopoly from Northwestel ended. I believe that was back in 2010. And we were, and we still remain the only CLEC operating in all the 10 provinces and the 3 territories, trying to bridge and figure out ways to, whether it's using satellites, microwave, fiber, whichever way to really bring connectivity home. So that's my story, and I'm glad to be here.
Thanks, Samar. Heather, you're next.
Thank you. Well, my background is a little bit the opposite of Samar's. I worked first in the North and then saw in developing countries that conditions were in many ways quite similar. I'm a dual Canadian and US citizen. I'm from Vancouver area, but went to grad school in the States and came back to work for what was then the Department of Communications, now you would say part of ISED or ISED, and worked in the North on putting together and then evaluating a pilot project in Northwestern Ontario and the Central Arctic, which evolved eventually in Northern Ontario into Wawate and KNET, and basically had the same principles that I think ISOC and you people are emphasizing today, which is participation, local engagement, and training, which at that time was quite new. So I'm glad it's continuing, although the technology's changed. Then I worked in Alaska on a telemedicine project using NASA's first experimental satellite to get voice communication to villages. And that got me into policy because we decided we had to figure out how to turn something that was a very short-term experiment into a service that would reach all the villages using commercial and operational satellites, which is still what serves quite a bit of Alaska today. Then I got involved with developing countries through numerous organizations in the US, USAID, and the World Bank, as Samar mentioned, and the ITU, and in Canada with CETA and IDRC planning and evaluating projects. And I find myself winding back to the North, working on policy issues to help get broadband that's accessible, available, and affordable in remote communities, and to help consumer and user organizations play a much greater role, as well as planning evaluation strategies for projects. For those interested in the North, I wrote a book called Connecting Alaskans, which you might find of interest. And I was just thinking one of the unusual things I found writing that book was that Canada was able to get in 1900 equipment from Toronto area to the Alaska border to build the first telegraph network in less than 6 months. It would take more than that time to get equipment to the North today. So continue to be optimistic. There's still more we can do. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. And I understand Madeline has joined us. Madeline, we're doing a quick introductions. So in a couple of minutes, could you please introduce yourself? Madeline? Maybe while we're waiting for Madeline, she's in Iqaluit right now where the weather is not ideal for communications. I'll introduce myself quickly. I'm Mark Buell. I'm the Regional Vice President for North America at the Internet Society, and I'm based in Ottawa, Canada. Let's see if we have Madeline on. Madeline?
Hello.
Oh, hey, Madeline, can you introduce yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, everyone, just having horrendous weather in Iqaluit, winds gusting up to 80 kilometers with some snow blowing sideways. And whenever we get the slightest weather issues, connectivity problems occur. So I'm based in South Baffin Island, next to Greenland. I am the president of Nuvuyak, which is a telecommunications company working on several projects, including trying to bring IXPs into certain parts of northern Canada, Arctic solutions for the world, also working on a new and exciting venture, seeing as about the possibility of bringing fiber optic into Iqaluit, and that's what I'm doing.
Great, thank you, Madeline. So what I'll do is ask a few questions of our panelists, one by one to start, and then we'll open it up for questions from the group. We have people monitoring the chat, so if you do have questions, you can post it there, and they'll relay the question to the group. My first question for the panel is pretty broad. What does connectivity look like in Canada? And a follow-up, what does it look like in Indigenous communities in Canada? So maybe we'll go one by one, starting again with on my left on the screen, Laura. What does connectivity look like in Canada?
I mean, I think Madeline just demonstrated it. It really depends where you live. There's a pretty big range of what connectivity looks like in Canada. I think one of the things that's really interesting from our perspective at Open Media is having a community that is pretty much everywhere in the country. We really get feedback on the fact that connectivity looks so different depending on where people live. And we've seen over the past, how far are we into this pandemic now? 7 months. What an impact that's had on people. And I think if you live in urban areas, your connectivity is strong. If you look in rural or remote areas, some rural areas are fortunate. Very few remote areas are fortunate enough to have sufficient connectivity. And on, just statistically speaking, I think others on the call can maybe speak to their lived experiences a bit more, but statistically speaking, rural Canadians, only 4 in 10 households have access to the 50-10 speeds that the CRTC has put out as a target. When you look at First Nations connectivity and Indigenous connectivity, it's even lower. I think it's 27%. And that's just a technicality of who should have access. That doesn't mean it works. That doesn't mean they can afford it. That doesn't mean you don't hit your data cap, which I think has been the biggest issue that we've seen for those working on satellite over the course of the pandemic. And I think, one of the biggest challenges that we've had to try and counter in the work that we're doing on connectivity is really this narrative that Canada is defined by its best connected regions. That it's really something that, we can talk about how well connected, how many people are connected. And I think what we're really trying to do is shift the focus on, well, who's not connected, what areas aren't connected, how do we talk about those areas, and pivot from kind of bragging about the majority being connected and really talking about the fact that if you're satisfied with, 60, 70, 80%, then you don't care about the other fraction of the community that's being left behind. And so I think this summit, the conversations you've had leading up to it are very focused on those issues. There's obviously a really large need to focus on connectivity, particularly in Indigenous communities. But I think one of the challenges that we're hearing in particular from community members that are coming to us from First Nations communities, Indigenous communities, is that they're really either being forced to compete with a company like Bell. So, even if they're trying to find ways to build their own connectivity, that it's in competition to one of the most established, largest companies in the country who hasn't prioritized them, or that they're being told they should be lucky to have what they get. And I think that's part of the narrative that we're trying to shift is really, and I might be jumping ahead, but I think, the connectivity itself is where it is. And I think there's a pretty agreed upon consensus that it needs to be better. I think what we're really trying to do is figure out how do we talk about where it should be and how do we get ourselves to that level instead of this conversation around, well, what's good enough? And I think that's really where a lot of the conversation's been to date.
Thanks, Laura. It brings to mind the aspirational goal of 50-10 and how that's an easy goal to meet in a lot of the country, but there are huge regions where that's a particular challenge.
Yeah,
Sarah, you have a very unique perspective as someone who provides service in all 10 provinces and 3 territories. So same question to you. What does connectivity look like in Canada?
Yeah, so I think the minute we talk about connectivity, we are referencing, or we should reference, what is the weakest link, because you can't have a connection and then brag about the fastest speed because you're sitting in Toronto, because then you're not talking about connectivity. So once we start talking about the weakest link, I think connectivity really depends on which province you sit in. And not just that, it actually depends on the incumbent that controls that connectivity. So we were fortunate enough, or maybe unfortunate, to have to deal with all the 10 provinces and the 3 territories in terms of who the incumbent is. And obviously, you know, with the latest buyouts with Bell, you know, buying into MTS, so things have been simpler, but not easier. Eastern Arctic, if we're talking about just Arctic communities, is completely different than the West. And that's just because of, you know, fiber access, you know, availability, even connectivity with like the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Project, which is an infrastructure project that is run independently by the government, yet relying on expertise from the telco side, which adds a nice layer to it, because it proves a model that is working, and it certainly re-emphasizes the fact that we cannot rely on giving funds to incumbents to manage and run our infrastructure in this country. Open access has failed. I can assure you that, you know, the delay tactics of open access is we run into day in, day out to try to get connectivity anywhere that requires open access, because the incumbent did get funding in the past from the government. You know, we've seen it with tower sharing. We've seen it all across the board. So if I could maybe just answer the question more specifically, it depends where you are. It depends on the incumbent you're dealing with. And it depends on their appetite to help you get to market and to solve some of that, you know, bridge that digital divide.
Excellent, thank you. Heather, same question. What does connectivity look like in Canada? And I think from your perspective, having worked in the North for a long time, what does it look like in the North?
Sorry, I can only echo what others have said, that it's really variable. Coming back to what Laura said, yes, we often hear Canadian representatives, especially internationally and in reports to OECD and others, saying Canada's wonderful in terms of connectivity. I once did a presentation about the North at the ITU, and the Secretary General, who was from Africa, said, I had no idea. And I said, yes, because you never hear from industrialized country from the US and Canada about what it's like within their countries in remote regions. I think that certainly getting to 5010, a discussion we had recently with the CRTC about the territorial regions, they basically didn't even have a clue about how we might get there, even though that's the target that they set. One of the problems I think that is ongoing, in addition to the variability and connectivity that others have described, is ongoing issues with affordability. And this seems to be true in both countries and other regions, even if you get the service in, which we haven't everywhere. And that's often for some of the reasons that Samar was describing that we can go into about the pricing of the transport and other air facilities, and the way the pricing is set up by the major carriers. But in many places I've worked, there's sort of oh, maybe we've got the service in, and the policymakers don't stop to think about can people afford to use it, and use it enough, as we'll discuss, I think, in terms of COVID, when it's really been absolutely critical.
Thank you, Heather. Madeline, similar question for you. What is your day-to-day internet experience like? What does connectivity look like in Iqaluit?
Well, first of all, we've had some recent investments to supposedly improve connectivity. With the $50 million federal investment to Northwest Tel, which mostly flowed to Telesat, since we're completely satellite dependent. The speeds can be faster when the weather is perfect in Iqaluit or Nunavut, and including in Saskatchewan because of the connected infrastructure. And so, as I said, you know, the weather goes down, all of a sudden your connectivity is completely compromised to the point that there are times where you're not able to check your emails, even do online engagements, from trying to do online banking or even going to the grocery store where you just cannot pay for your groceries by debit or credit card. So it's very compromised. It's not stable. It's not consistent. We also are a little frustrated by even the targets of 50-10 of, you know, there's that presumption that we're not going to be uploading a lot of content, which of course we want to be able to. We are content developers, not just with research data that needs to be shared to establishments, whether it's government or academics in the South, but of course our own cultural content. So it's very frustrating often, and it's very expensive. A lot of families struggle to try to figure out how to connect, and you end up often having to try to limit how much you are connecting with the outside world, which is extremely difficult as well if you're in business, wanting to be able to do normal business transactions within the territory or nationally or internationally. So it's a huge issue, not just in where I live in Iqaluit, which is the capital city of Nunavut, but right across all of Canada's rural remote communities where up to 40%, even have the 50-10 targets met. That means that 60% of our country do not enjoy even that nominal target level, which is unacceptable. We should be working towards at least one T up and down.
Thank you, Madeline. Actually, I'd like to talk a bit about the how right now. How do we get communities connected? Who should be involved? And to start that off, this is open to anyone to answer. What is the role of the federal government in this? What is the role of provincial governments in driving access? What is it governments are currently doing, and what is it that they could do better? If no one jumps up to answer, I will call on you.
Okay, I'll try to start. I think the answer is both policy and funding. Policy issues, I don't know how deeply we want to get into them, but certainly there are issues that Samer and Madeline have mentioned that have to do with how do you get the service there, not just the technology, which is certainly an issue in some regions, but how do you get access to what's there? How do you make it affordable? What are the transport interconnection agreements? Can small communities or ISPs apply for funding? Can people and organizations get access to rights of way in a reasonable time frame? Is there a way to engage with local communities so that they're involved in the process? These are some of the policy issues. One that I think, just to mention something that's quite different from the US while I have the chance, is there really are no user or operational subsidies in Canada. There are subsidies and funds from the CRTC, sometimes from ISED, sometimes from provincial and other federal organizations, but once the network's in, keeping it running is an ongoing problem. And in the US, there are lifeline subsidies for users. There are programs for schools and hospitals or rural health clinics, the E-rate program, and some others that provide user and anchor tenant subsidies that are really critical. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be affordable for anyone. So maybe I'll pause there.
Maybe I can echo some of the stuff as well, and I agree with Heather. 100%. It's the challenge we have in Canada is you have the federal government, you have provincial government, you have municipal governments, each coming up in a way with their own program. But even at the federal level, because of the Constitution, we have the CRTC, we have ISED, and it almost reminds me of, if you're into mythology, it's like the Cyclopes, right? It's like this one-eyed beast they're huge entities, but they're seeing things in one dimension when we're living in a three-dimensional world, right? And the focus here is, and I'll give you an example, is we need to look at the issues at hand. One of the issues that we see day in, day out is when they're announcing any funding, they're talking about CapEx. The OpEx piece is a huge issue, because what's the point of building this beautiful network, but you can't operate it because who's going to pay for it, right? You're not going to charge a resident in Iqaluit, because it's only 7,000 people, $1,000 a month to maintain the infrastructure. And I think this is the issues at hand, that while we're trying to solve a problem, so already on its own, your head will spin by knowing how many municipalities and governments are funding some of these things. And putting that aside, and imagine that you figured that piece out, now you have a CapEx and OpEx. Networks don't, this is a living organism that needs to be maintained, that needs to be optimized, that needs to be upgraded. And the OpEx piece is sometimes even more expensive than the CapEx. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, Mark, but I hope I did.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense. Laura or Madeline, anything to add?
Yeah, I think
maybe just to say that there are times that I'm already am paying $1,000 or over $1,000 a month for my connectivity, and I've got some of the worst connectivity across the country.
Oh, Madeline, that hurts. I mean, I think taking a step back from some of the kind of specific challenges, just looking at the role of the federal government and provincial governments, to your question, Mark, those governments are what got us here in the first place. They're the reason we have the problems. And I think there's a responsibility to get us out of the mess that they've made. The approach of the federal government, who is in charge of regulating so many of these services, has been for decades to leave things to market forces. It's been basically, if it's profitable, companies will serve you. And I think that has been built on the back of quite literally government sanctioned monopolies for our telecom operators. And so taking these monopolies and saying, well, they'll figure it out, there is no incentive for them. And I think that's really where the government built this system, where communities were left to wait and hope that monopolies would decide they were worth serving, and built this digital divide by so much of the work that they've done entrenching those market interests. And I think that's really where there's an obligation, there's a responsibility to make sure that they step in. So there is both, how are they funding things at the provincial and federal level? There's a ton of funding that needs to be given for those communities that are not top priority for the incumbents who have not prioritized them for decades. There's no reason for them to suddenly start now. But I think, beyond that, they've actually built the problem that has forced these communities to be underserved. And I think one of the things that we're looking at when it comes to what's coming down the pipe, when we look at, funding that's being promised and a lot of these pieces that are coming out when it comes to Indigenous connectivity in particular, is how do you put the communities that have been so underserved for so long at the heart of decisions of what comes next for them? Because a lot of the decisions that have been made to date have been, well, the government has picked a community, they have decided that this is something that Bell is looking to do, it will be better than nothing, so that's why Bell gets it. But at very few points are the communities themselves being truly consulted on what should actually happen there, what the communities actually want in their own area to make sure that there's an actual local and regional investment that has that maintenance that Samar's talking about, that has people that are invested in the long-term success of that network, not just meeting an obligation from the federal government and then kind of abandoning it. So that's my.
So as a bit of a follow-up, there's a lot of money on the table, right? Laura, you mentioned a couple of them, Connect Innovate, the Broadband Fund, the $2 billion or so coming from the Infrastructure Bank that was announced in the speech from the throne. There's billions. So why are we here? Is it the criteria that's set out to access that funding, or is it something else?
It's Madeline here. There's a couple things. One is there is still no proper strategy on how this country, Canada, is going to connect all Canadians, including in the most rural, remote parts of our country. And so criteria is one problem, in so much as that it has to date tended to favor the really large telecommunications companies and shutting out local and new companies from being able to access those funds. But the problem is that without a strategy, there's no way in which we can to ensure that we're going to see the targets met, that there's going to be any uniform or strategic way in which we do connect the country, because leaving it up to just applicants to do it on a project by project basis with no strategy is what we've been doing for decades, and it's a broken system, and we will never achieve our targets in this way. I mean, the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expecting different outcomes, and literally this is a broken system. We need a reset.
Thanks, Madeline. Samar, Laura, Heather, anything to add?
Yeah, I could add. So you're absolutely right, Mark. I mean, there are billions of dollars. Challenge is every time a program is announced, I have to wait months to find out what the criteria is. Well, what's the point of announcing a program, getting everybody excited about? Is it just for political reasons and winning some votes? Maybe that could be, but let's call it for what it is, right? You can't announce a program that's going to have $6 billion like the Universal Broadband Fund, and we don't, as a service provider, have any criteria on who qualifies, what's the eligibility, what's going on. In terms of the criteria for that, they're usually announced afterwards, and it's a very rigid criteria that it's almost engineered to only reach the pockets of the incumbents. But then the problem is, if the incumbents are the reason why we're here today with all these challenges because of the rules and regulations that support them and protect them from a true, free market economy, well, then maybe we need to look at it from a different angle and perspective. And look, I love competition, and that's the reason why I'm here today. But when you get, shut out from even bidding on a fund, like for example, Telesat. Sure, Telesat has done great for this country, but when they get a $50 million handed to them with not even an RFP, it's odd. It's odd because I'm also a co-founder of a company called Kepler Communications, which is a nano satellite company. We launched our 4 satellites in space right now, and we didn't even get one shot at it. How is that fair? And this is Canadian technology, homegrown in Toronto, U of T students that built it from the ground up. We even moved our manufacturing plant to be in Toronto so that we can get access to technology faster, build them out and launch them in time. And then we see this happening. How is that encouraging the young kids out there that want to do something great for this country? I'm at a loss. So I wish the system is going to change soon, and I wish our politicians are not always trying to protect themselves by betting where they're not going to lose their head. Because if they give their money to Bell, that's safe. Nobody's going to get fired over that,
I guess I would just add, like, to Madeline's point that there's no universal strategy. I think that is the biggest gap, where we see duplication, we see redundancies, and we see huge gaps in what is being prioritized between the 4 federal major ongoing buckets of funding, let alone all of the additional provincial pieces and everything else. And there's no path through. There's no way for any community to look at a map and say, when am I getting connected and who's going to do it and when's it coming? It's if a project is picked out of the ones that are, put forward, that happens to connect your community. And I think that's a really haphazard ad hoc approach. To Glenn's comment that the money is spent before it's announced, I think I'm even more cynical than you. I would argue that it's announced and maybe never even spent, in the sense that, we've heard $1.7 billion for the Universal Broadband Fund talked about for 18 months now. And it's been re-announced so many times I've lost count, and they haven't even opened the applications. And we saw, last week, the Infrastructure Bank talking about $2 billion. Well, last year they announced $1 billion and they still haven't done anything with that. So it's just this continued re-announcement without any actual accountability or reporting to say, well, what did you say you were going to do and what actually came back to it? In the same way that even programs that have been running for years around Connect to Innovate, it's a well-known federal program. We see these announcements come out, and if you try and go back and figure out, well, who got what and how much has actually been released, good luck, because you can't find that information easily to actually navigate that system for that accountability, which means that the press releases are worth so much more to the government than the final product that they should be showcasing at the end of the day. I'll end my rants.
Lack of coordination even among federal agencies with drop-offs in CDT.
Heather, there's something wrong with your mic.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your voice is very odd.
If I speak closer, is that better?
I don't know. I can't understand.
Heather, you sound like you're beaming in from space, quite literally.
Since otherwise I'll have to back out come in again, maybe.
Yeah, try and reconnect. That might be best.
Maybe just to add to what Madeline and Laura were saying, Mark, one thing that's also of concern as a service provider is because there's no one size fits all depending on geography in Canada. Some programs only qualify if it's fiber and not like an LTE connection to the end customer. Challenge with that is some communities don't even have a 1 meg connection, right? If LTE can get them a 20 meg or even a 10 meg connection as a start, then so be it, because to get fiber to the community built, it could take 5 years, right? Depending on the weather and who's going to fly up there and supply. So there's a lot of things that I think need to be, and you're right, there's no like Laura hit on it, is there's no converging path with all these, municipal, provincial, federal governments so there's no convergence on that side because of just structure and constitution, but there's also, if we're going to be technology, we have to be technology agnostic, at least to try to make it work, right?
So excellent. That's actually a very good point. And your earlier comments, you mentioned one of my favorite words in the policy world, and it's change. How do we affect change? What is the role of the not-for-profit sector, the NGOs like Open Media, like the Internet Society, and what's the role of the private sector? I mean, Samir, you're on the ground building infrastructure, right? What can each of our organizations or sectors do to affect that change? Anyone can answer.
Sure. I mean, private sector, we have a lot of expertise that we could bring to the table. We don't want to, we don't necessarily want to own or run the infrastructure. We just want, like, once again, the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Project, but there has to be some kind of reference to not just the incumbents, not just the companies that have been around 100 years and seeing the same pie or it just, to me, it seems like we need something revolutionary and we need some kind of reform to be able to make that jump, to catapult from where we are today and get to this paradigm shift of where we need to be tomorrow, right? It's not going to happen by keeping the status quo. So that's our role as private. We love to be consulted doing, building next generation LEO satellites, with a couple of students, right? Like, what's wrong with that? There's nothing. Okay, sure, it's a little risky, but look, we've launched 4 already in space successfully, 100%, and they're operational. They're providing data, beaming. It's possible. We got to believe in the art of the possible and not always say no, this is not the right approach. So
excellent. Laura?
I mean, I guess as the lead angry person advocating on this call, I think there's a huge role to play. And I think, depending on the perspective that you're coming from, whether you're representing a community, whether you're representing a company, whether you're representing, an actual, different vested interests, I think there needs to be accountability. And I think one of the things that's been really challenging in this environment is that there has been a real moving goalpost from our federal government, from our own regulator. And I think we need to kind of get together and just plant a flag and keep charging towards it and saying, like, this is the thing, and making sure that we're actually holding governments, companies, anyone who's involved in these processes accountable for what they're promising, but also what we need and what we deserve, whether they've promised it or not. And I think that, that prioritization is there. We saw it, like in the beginning of the pandemic, we had cross-partisan support. The entire political arena at the federal level was like, we need better internet in Canada. You don't see that kind of agreement. And yet there was. And here we are, 6 months later, and nothing's happened. And there's that kind of like, well, we said the right things, but are you doing it? And I think that pressure, that accountability needs to keep up, and it's hard and it's difficult to keep that energy going. But I really do think that that's where we need to keep going. And I'm all on board for tearing it down and rebuilding. Madeline, we can start from scratch. We don't need to keep pushing towards the same projects that we've been going towards. But I think we can't let that prioritization drop, because there's only so much space that government has for the things that are on their radar. And we need to make sure that this is kind of as high up on the list as we can keep it every single day, because there's a win in it. There's a win from all angles, from the people on the receiving end, there's a win for the companies, there's a win for the government, and having a country that is connected. And I think we need to make sure that they see that they can be a part of building that and putting forward those really positive solutions, as opposed to just being frustrated. And I think there are a ton of positive solutions out there.
Thanks, Laura. Looking at the clock, we have about 15 minutes left, and I want to leave time for everyone here to ask some questions. Laura, you mentioned the elephant in the room, and it was actually my next question, which was, how has COVID-19 affected the policy landscape in Canada with regard to connectivity? Madeline or Heather, if you want to speak first. And if not, we have Laura and Samar here, who I'm sure.
I guess I would rather hear from, let me say, can you hear me this time?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so let me just say something and then turn it to Madeline, because I think she can probably give better examples. But I think to Laura's point, COVID-19 has raised the visibility of the importance of connectivity. I still remember the CRTC hearing where one of the commissioners said, we're talking about needs, not wants. And he didn't understand that wants in terms of more bandwidth wasn't just to play games or watch stream movies, but there were real applications that took a lot of bandwidth. Now we're seeing that, but we need to keep up the pressure. And I would just add that researchers can help with this too by providing the data, both project evaluation, showing where the gaps are. I haven't followed the chat really closely, but I see some efforts to highlight that, and taking advantage of opportunities such as hearings at the CRTC or other ways to educate the regulators, and who are often also policymakers, about the role of the small providers and how they can be part of the solution. I think that that's an issue that and ISOC and open media are certainly very helpful along those lines. But those are ways to try to keep the pressure on, because as Samer says, the lobbyists of the big companies are very influential, and we don't really even have any good oversight in terms of how is the money being spent? Is it being spent on time? Who's actually benefiting? And without that, you can have as much funding out there as can be announced, but if it's not being spent or spent properly, people aren't benefiting.
Thanks, Heather. Madeline, Laura, Samer, anything to add?
With respect to sort of COVID and the challenges, of course, it's already difficult to try to work from your office environment or government office environment, and then to require people to try to connect from their home systems without the support, and has just been, virtually impossible for many. There's, of course, not having the security and IT folks being able to go and set everyone up. Just means that there's been incredibly low productivity. If the schools close again, there's real concerns for being able to have our children access online education. One is that there's been so little curriculum or materials developed just because you can't do it online. And just being able to have our children have access not only to each other, but of course their teachers. There's everything from medical sort of issues of not being able to go into your nursing station or your hospital. It's as Heather highlighted, the system's not in place, and all the sort of requisite services to help that type of support that's required. And we really do need to recognize that a significant amount of investments are needed now. As Samir said, the criteria aren't even developed, the programs aren't developed. I mean, we've heard about CRTC having $750 million for years. We've heard about these targets, and yet there's been so little done pre-COVID. We need to be faster, we need to be smarter, and we need to see things happen now. People need to be able to see that what are going to be done in the next not only few months, but in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Madeline, the time to act isn't in a crisis, it's before the crisis even happens. Before we go to questions from the group, Laura, Samer, anything to add?
No, I think they've covered it.
I think so too.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks so much. So can I ask someone from the ISOC team to see if there are questions in the chat? And if you have a question, please put it in the chat so we can have it asked.
I can go ahead with that, Mark. So
Okay.
actually, it's been mostly discussion so far, and you all have been answering each other's questions, which is great. But we do have a question from Maya. It's actually directed at Steve, but you guys can go ahead and maybe speak to this also. About infrastructure maps, are they hard to find or not existent? And I guess you can go with that in Canada and the US.
Any panelists want to take that on, Samer?
Sure, yeah. I mean, from what I hear from my team is, yes, it's a nightmare. We actually have to go subscribe to a database in the US that all they do is collect intel on different pipes and infrastructure in Canada, because we were having a hard time trying to overlay and getting the right information that was accurate. So I know that it is a challenge for even my guys when we try to look at build outs and who to partner up with. And this is not just for rural remote. This is even sometimes not so much the Torontos and the Montreals, but a little bit outside of that, it becomes a challenge. So yes, I agree that is something that maybe could be enhanced by potentially ISED or CRTC. I'm not sure who could maintain a better database of that.
Yeah, I will just add that the First Mile Connectivity Consortium, we are making the point to the CRTC at the moment that not only are the maps not really up to date with what exists and not, but we would like to have better a database of facilities, which I gather was talked about in the US a bit yesterday. But where is the dark fiber? Where are the existing facilities that people might not know about that they could use to interconnect or could approach other providers? I'll just add one difference to the US in terms of making our points heard in a regulatory environment. In Canada, nonprofit organizations that contribute in a meaningful way to a proceeding at the CRTC can get their costs reimbursed. And that really helps it's not the whole solution as we've heard, but it really helps to get those viewpoints organized and presented to the commissioners, and then to use that to reach other officials. In the US, there's no policy like that at the FCC, and you have to look for foundations or other organizations that might fund the preparation of interventions. So I just wanted to point that out as one difference. In Canada, however, there's no Indigenous group agency as part of the CRTC or ISED, whereas in the US there is now an Office of Native Affairs and Policy, small as it is, but at least recognized within the Federal Communications Commission.
And Heather, on that, I noticed that Jeff Blackwell, who started ONAP at the FCC, is now on this call. We have 5 minutes left, so I'm someone who always likes to end on a positive. So I will ask each of you in 1 minute or less to answer the question: do you see any opportunities? What are the opportunities for Canada to connect? What are the opportunities for Indigenous communities? I'll start with you, Laura.
I'm down for ending on a high note. I can handle that. I think there is a ton of opportunity in Canada. I think there's a lot of political will to make this happen. I think there's a lot of community understanding of why this is important. And I think we're actually in a really good place to push things forward. In particular, I think there's been a lot of really valuable conversations happening at the federal level, which we need to keep going. Don't get me wrong, I don't think we're done, but around kind of putting community-run networks and Indigenous-led networks first when it comes to funding and prioritization. And I think that that's been a really long conversation that I know we've had with the government around their upcoming funding. And I think that kind of continuing emphasizing that really does potentially mean that we could be leaders in terms of how we are letting Indigenous connectivity lead the way, as opposed to hoping that it's kind of the last piece of the puzzle. So I'm very optimistic that if we keep the pressure up, there's actually a lot of opportunity there.
Thank you. Samer?
Yeah, no, definitely. I see a lot of potential, a lot of movement already. COVID, I know it has impacted a lot of people negatively, but I have to say that it has been a blessing in disguise, not just for me spending more time with my family, but just as a telecom service provider, raising the awareness and seeing the demand, and people don't have to scream as loud for the government to take note, to say, look, these are disconnected remote communities that need e-health or telemedicine or whatever it might be, or remote learning, e-learning. So these are all things that are on the table, and I agree with Laura 100%. We got to put constant pressure. We're not going to be the loudest people in the room because, unfortunately, the incumbents will outnumber us. But we could definitely slow, baby steps will lead the way and set the path forward for Canada to catapult to the 21st century.
Thank you. Heather?
Yeah, I guess I have to be optimistic too. One of the things that I've been really pleased to see is the growth of Indigenous providers and small providers serving Indigenous communities. I think we're finally getting the message across that Indigenous people are not only consumers, as everyone is, and that's the purpose of the exercise, but that they can also be providers of service. But it takes continually trying to find as many different ways to make that point as possible. And I also think the training of more people, both in the practical skills of operating and maintaining networks, as well as how to get your voice across in the policy arenas, are important, and the need to put pressure where there are incumbents providing service to do more to train and hire local people is something that it's kind of flies below the radar, but is also critical to just building out those capacities within the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madeline, you have the final word.
Yes, so we're, again, trying to be optimistic that by providing various projects or initiatives that we see are solution-based, are something that we're hoping that the various levels of government will simply just back, rather than having to sort of wait for government or the big telcos to act on our behalf. So we're hopeful that we'll get some of our projects done in the next year.
Thank you. With that, we are at time, but I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Laura, Samer, Heather, and Madeline for speaking today, and thank everyone for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Mark.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And everyone on
Thank you to everyone.
Everyone who's on this call, if you'd like to join the watch party, we're going to start that in a moment. And if you have been involved in the community networks trainings, it's going to be the same videos that we showed at our training the other day. So feel free to take a break if you've seen them, or if you'd like to watch them, sit tight and we'll start in a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so we can start watching these videos. Let's see. Oh, wait, you know what? I messed something up. Alrighty. So if someone could give me a little thumbs up if you can hear everything all right, that would be fantastic. So we're going to start with this video. It's from John Garcia, who's the Executive Advisor for National Security at the Nation of Hawaii. He is the go-to guy for troubleshooting and resiliency at the community network at Pu'uonua, Waimanalo. So I'm going to go ahead and show this video, and if someone would give me a thumbs up, that would be fantastic.
My name is Brandon Makahaba'aba. I am the Deputy Head of State of the Nation of Hawaii. I'm also one of the managers that help run the Pu'uonua Waimanalo Community Broadband Network. The Community Broadband Network started with a partnership with Bert Lom from the State of Hawaii DBED Department and the Internet Society. And last year, we had the Indigenous Connectivity Summit here in Pu'uonua Waimanalo. And we brought together experts and people from all across the United States and to help create Hawaii's first community broadband network. The expertise that was brought here taught our village and our nation how to actually set up and create our own community broadband network. Having and creating our own community broadband network has had its advantages. Before, in our village, we had only satellite internet connection. We had cellular internet connection with hotspots, and that was very expensive and ineffective. We couldn't do a lot of the distance learning that we're doing today with the kids. A lot of the distance meetings through Zoom that we have going on today was not possible before we set up our network. And now that we have set up our network, it allows us to actually coexist in a world that is moving towards distance learning, is moving toward virtual platforms to host meetings. And so our nation not only benefited, but we're thriving under these new COVID conditions. And I think having internet was the key for this whole transition to live in this post-COVID life.
My name is John K. Aloha Garcia. I'm an executive advisor here at the Nation of Hawaii, and I help to oversee the Nation of Hawaii broadband network. We have a number of different tools that we use, including online monitors to check our equipment, and we have a process that we follow on the ground here and also virtually so that we can troubleshoot. So whenever we get a troubleshooting ticket from someone here in the village, either it's Duchess or it's Brandon, I get a call, and we do some initial checking through our Cloud Core app. On the Cloud Core app shows us the status of the network, and we're able to pinpoint which eNodeBs or CPEs are running or not running. Once we isolate the problem and fix it, then we notify our subscribers that the network is back up and running. I think some of the biggest issues here with our network, especially being so remote near the mountains, we have weather conditions to deal with, we have power supply issues to deal with, and so working on securing our power supply has been really important. We have UPS, and we're working on solar power and hydropower solutions to maintain a more steady power supply. Weather, like I mentioned, at midnight every night I'm getting alarms when the power goes off or when the wind is really strong here in the mountains. We have animals. I think like most networks, animals love warm things. We have geckos and lizards that are crawling through our equipment. We have birds that like to land on our CPEs, and so we go out regularly to check our CPEs and do our best to educate our subscribers on how to best take care of their equipment. And I think at the end of it, it's really getting a consensus from everyone in the network on how to use it, data that we're reporting, how to do speed tests, and knowing how to troubleshoot the routers at home, and then familiarizing everyone with the troubleshooting process of submitting a ticket, and then we activate our standard operating procedure. I think that Indigenous people are natural problem solvers. And so when you think of a network, there's lots of parallels we draw to Ahupua'a with the data and its constant flow. There's an analogy of the stream flowing. And so I think it's intuitive, and there's lots of parallels to nature that we draw from our network. And it's also our digital spiritual connection. And so I think that it's intrinsic that Indigenous people should have access to the internet and spectrum and digital rights. And so I'm very honored to be part of this effort here and to be pioneering a new way to connect.
All right, so that is an awesome video from John Garcia. So you can obviously see how beautiful the community is and how great broadband has been for them and how they do their troubleshooting. So next we're going to do Brandon Benally's video. Brandon Benally is the Director of IT Security at the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board, and this video is about cyber resiliency. He deals with, working for a hospital board, he deals with putting out a lot of little fires every day. So This is a super fun and engaging video he created to show what troubleshooting looks like for him on a day-to-day basis.
When we think of cyber criminals, typically we imagine someone sitting in a dark room wearing a hoodie. In fact, if I were to do a Google search for royalty-free hacker images, what do we get? We get a bunch of dorky photos just like this. Fortunately for me, this isn't a real console. I'm not actually hacking into anything, and I'm not a cyber criminal. Ga'ate, she'e Brandon Benali dasajane, Kenya ani dene, Nishlon, Oze dene bashashkin, Onagani dene dashache arotobaha dene dashanele. My name is Brandon Benali, and I am of the Navajo and Hopi people. I'm currently the Director of IT Security for a hospital located on the Navajo Nation. I'm here to discuss the basics of cyber resiliency with you. So let's go take a look. Cyber resiliency isn't about having antivirus installed or firewalls protecting your network. It's more about your ability and your organization's ability to recover from a successful cyber security attack. For example, right now, Universal Health Services, which is an $11.5 billion a year entity, is undergoing a devastating ransomware attack where 250 of their hospitals are down. Point is, no organization will ever be 100% secure as long as human beings exist, because human beings are the weakest link in any cybersecurity program. So we have to prepare ourselves. We have to think not a matter of if, but when, but also assume we've already been breached and how successfully we recover from that breach, and how soon can we provide services and support to the people that depend on us. So when you begin this journey of cyber resiliency, one of the first things you should do is similar to creating a successful cybersecurity program, and that is to perform a risk assessment. Now, I'm located within the United States, so there are numerous cybersecurity frameworks that I can pull upon that tells me how to perform a risk assessment for my organization. But in the interest of international solidarity, I'm going to recommend the International Standards Organization's 27001 standard. That's ISO 27001. And that includes how not only to perform a successful risk assessment, but also risk management strategy. So we're often asked, like, how do we start our risk assessment? So the first thing to do is to identify your assets. Assets can be anything from data to vehicles, anything of value to your organization. Think of anything that helps you to provide services or to conduct business. The second thing to do is to identify the threats and vulnerabilities to those assets. Is it an environmental threat such as earthquakes or blizzards? Or is it from a user failing a phishing test or not restarting their computer to finish installing updates? Those are threats and vulnerabilities. The third thing is to measure and analyze those threats and vulnerabilities. What's the impact going to be from power going out to HR's office as opposed to the server room? What's the impact going to be if an executive assistant opens an email attachment that contains ransomware? That's measuring and analyzing the threats and their impacts. The fourth is, how will you handle those risks? Will you, once you identify a risk, like what measures will you take to either avoid it, to reduce the risk, or to accept the risk? That's an interesting one. What are acceptable risks? And again, ISO 27001 is an international standard, a terrific standard that could help you determine if your risk assessment is successful or not. So now we're at the protect stage, where cybersecurity controls are often not enough. You need a solid information security management system, or ISMS. You need people who are trained and qualified. You need effective processes and policies. And you also need the right technology to address the threats and vulnerabilities from the risk assessment that you performed earlier. Again, technology is but one piece of the ISMS. Remember, we're humans. You need an organization-wide culture of information security awareness. And sometimes security control technology isn't installed correctly. I've been to several sites where the client had purchased the latest and greatest in email or web filtering technology and didn't configure them right and allowed a lot of vulnerabilities to exist within their organization. So that again goes back to the training and qualifications portion, making sure that not only do you just purchase the right technology, but make sure that people are trained on how to use it. So the fourth portion would be detection. We can successfully block 1,000 attackers, but only one attacker needs to be successful to take us down, right? You will need to detect successful attacks in a timely manner. The faster a breach is detected, the more you can mitigate the damage it has caused or reduce its impact. One way to do this is through security event log management, and another way is through penetration testing. Hiring a third party to scan your network for vulnerabilities and try to break in before the bad guys do. The fifth portion is response. You need an incident response plan and a business continuity plan. An incident response plan is how quickly you detect and remediate an attack. Spending hours trying to figure out what to do when you spot an attack can be devastating considering today's high-speed internet. A business continuity plan often includes a team of people in your organization who handle things like PR to contacting the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Thankfully, we have an international standard called ISO 22301 that can help you build your business continuity plan. This is the foundation of resilience. How ready is your organization? How prepared is your organization to not only deal with an attack, but to respond to an attack? Recovering. You need a business continuity management program, BCM program. The business continuity plan is, after the fact, and the BCM is the overall health of the plan. The BCM program involves keeping critical servers functional or services functional before and after an attack. A BCM plan also preserves your image and your revenue. So we see that cyber resiliency is more than just, responding to an attack. It's more than, keeping backups, which is all part of a cyber resiliency program, but we need to build that strong foundation. And thankfully, there are standards that exist now that can help you, build that strong foundation, to build healthy habits, to build healthy cyber hygiene, to, strengthen your organization's ability to recover from an attack. And not to just recover from an attack, but to prepare for one. And so again, refer to these international standards, ISO 27001, to build on your information systems management program and security. And for your business continuity management program, refer to ISO 22301. Okay, go on it.
All right, so that was from Brandon. A great presentation, good use of memes, in my opinion. And now we're going to move on to a video that we got from Don Ginther. Don Ginther is the manager of IT services at the First Nations Technical Services Advisory Group. This video specifically focuses on showing physical security, so you get to actually see the giant computers that process like troubleshooting and resiliency, and he explains what they do a little bit more.
Hi everyone, I'm Don Ginther from TSAG in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We're here at the TSAG building, and I just want to do a little quick video on some of our physical security aspects that we have implemented, because sometimes physical security is overlooked when you're planning your community networks and enterprise networks in general, so it's just as important as virtual security. So first off, we've got security cameras outside the building. These will allow us to go back and look at anybody that's been coming and going from the building. We don't really need to be alerted when there's people here because it is a public space. Next up, at the door to the building here, we have these concrete bollards. These would prevent any vehicles or anyone trying to come in, ramming us or whatever. We also have a car-proof barbecue here that would stop anybody from coming in. So these are very important aspects of physical security, so that basically only people can bypass through here and not any vehicles, someone trying to be nefarious. Now we'll move inside and look at the other physical aspects. Okay, so now we're inside the building. This is the Network Operations Center, and we've identified some of our physical security aspects outside. And now that we're inside, we can see that we've got some very thick glass to secure the room, as well as some tinted glass here to prevent people from seeing some of the more critical infrastructure inside. We've got a keypad here to prevent unauthorized access as well. All of these help keep the room secure and only people permitted inside to go inside. So let's head in. So hopefully it's not too noisy in here, but once we head in, you can see that we've got some additional physical security barriers in place. On the floor, we have water detection coils that will alert us if there's water. We also have smoke detection and fire suppression systems in place to help with our security. Once inside, if somebody wants to have access to the racks, they're still all locked and secured with hardened steel. And without a proper keypad for security or a key in an emergency case, one would not be able to get in. So if I need to get in, I'm swiping the card over here. It's not working. There we go. So even with the cards, it has to go and check that I have permission to certain racks at certain times, and therefore let me in. And also, it's keeping logs of who accesses the racks and when. And also inside our last bit of physical security, there is also cameras inside the Network Operations Center that record the entry and exit of all people coming and going. And we use that to keep logs for our information and reporting. So I hope you found some of these physical security aspects interesting, and I hope that it's educational when you're planning and implementing your community networks, just to think that physical security is often something that people think is not as important as software security or virtual security, you know, the hard versus soft aspects of it. So I hope this helps, and thank you.
All right, so that is a wonderful video from Don Ginther showing us all the big computers. All right, now we have a video from Spencer Sevilla. He is a researcher at the University of Washington, and he has a really unique background in that he helps run a network in Papua New Guinea, which he's based in Seattle. Papua New Guinea is across the world from him. And so he helps them run the network remotely. And so he has a really unique experience, and he talks a little bit more about that in this video.
Hi, everyone. My name's Spencer, and I'm a researcher at the University of Washington. In 2018, we built a small cell network in a rural Indonesian village, and I now administer and support and maintain that network remotely from where I live in Seattle. So first off, I want to tell you a little bit about this place. Bokandini is a small village on the Indonesian side of Papua. The internet backhaul for this entire village is a 3 megabit connection. It's split between, I don't know, 1,000 people, maybe 2. It's a really small village. And it's provided with a satellite connection through Australia. The network itself is a single cell tower that we set up, and users connect directly to it with their phones. So, because of all these things and some other reasons, troubleshooting our network gets pretty tricky. First off, I can't do pretty much any work on site because traveling to Bok takes about 5 connecting flights and roughly 4 days if you line them up right. So that takes way too long for us to just go out if something goes wrong. Second, this entire community is off-grid and runs off of solar panels, which means that pretty much every night from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., the network's offline just because there's no power. Finally, on top of this, there's about an 8-hour time difference from where I live, which usually means that if things go wrong, they find out when things come online in the morning, which is my evening, and I end up kind of having to work pretty late into the evening, my time. So these limitations mean that when something breaks, I don't have the normal set of tools, and I have to think pretty carefully with what I do have access to, and I can kind of think this through and figure out what's going on. So first off, the way I even know something goes wrong is with WhatsApp. The village and I keep a WhatsApp group to just kind of chat and keep in touch, and when the network has a problem, this is how someone usually on the village lets me know. They'll send me a text, usually just kind of says, hey, something's wrong, could you have a look? And I'll say, oh yeah, sure. Or I'll say, I'm sleeping and I got this in the morning. But once I find out, the next thing I'm going to do is I always start out by using ping. Ping is a tool that just lets me check to see if one computer can talk to another. And so I try to ping one of the computers that I left in Bokondini. If I can't even reach this computer, that usually means that the entire internet connection's down. This happens every so often, and is usually a problem with the satellite company. So this is out of my hands, and all I can do is reach out to them, ask them what's going on. I would say about half the time they're already aware of the outage, yeah, it's maintenance, we're working on it, or the other half the time it's like, no, thanks for letting us know, we'll dig around and see what we can do. So let's try this right now. I'll just make myself a bit smaller, start up a new terminal here, and I'll just type ping Bokondini. See how this thing goes. The fact that it's every so often you're seeing these little things, it's telling you the time. It took, about, in this case, a second, 800 milliseconds, 1,000, a second again, etc. So this lets me know that, yeah, I can say hi, this computer can talk to that one, so great, the internet's up. So now, if my computer can talk to that computer in Bokondini, this usually means there's a bug that I'm responsible for. To figure out what's going on, I use SSH. This stands for Secure Shell, and is basically a tool that lets me log into this computer that I already set up out in Bokondini. SSHing all the way across the world is incredibly slow and takes a long time, but it's usually pretty reliable. Let's try that now. I'm just going to type in SSH, and we'll just sit here and wait. It's going to take some seconds. It's going over the satellite through Australia, back and forth. Hey, are you there? Hey, can I log in? We'll just kind of keep waiting. Like I mentioned, we're going across the world. Hey, here we are. Even typing can be kind of slow. I'm going to type in HI, and you see that delay. That's pretty common for SSHing this far. So anyways, I'm here. I've SSH'd in this computer that we set up in Bokondini, and usually, just like what I recommend everyone does, the first thing I do, if something's wrong, if it's down, just go ahead and reboot everything. That probably fixes it about 70–80% of the time, and I'm done. If this doesn't fix things, it gets pretty complicated, pretty ugly pretty fast. And I'm usually digging through logs, looking for bugs, and trying to fix stuff in, usually it's a ton of code that I ended up writing myself. Almost all the bugs are usually just stupid faults of mine. And I'll spare you all those ugly details, except that things work pretty well by now, and usually we're doing pretty fine, and I very seldom get woken up in the middle of the night. So I'm going to go ahead and exit this. We're all done for now. That's it for my side. That's how I troubleshoot and debug our network on the other side of the world. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll be in the chat if you have any questions.
All right, so that is our video from Spencer, which is really great. And now we're going to go to a video that we got from Gerard Beekmans. He is a network engineer at the same place where John Ginther works at the First Nations Technical Services Advisory Group. And this video is about email-based phishing attacks.
Hi everyone, my name is Gerard Beekmans and I'm a System and Network Administrator with TSEG. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk to you about email-based phishing attacks. In short, phishing is a method used by hackers to try to trick you into providing passwords or other sensitive information. One of the methods used is by sending you an email notifying you have emails held in quarantine and provide you with a link to a fake website that looks legit. The hope is that you will be tricked into logging into the site to obtain your password. Here is an example of a fake quarantine notification email that we have recently received. At first glance, it may seem like a legitimate email, and you might be tempted to click on the link to see what is going on. However, there are a few things wrong with this email that should raise red flags and make you delete the email without second thought. First of all, this email looks nothing like the actual spam quarantine summary emails that our servers do send out. Here is a real one for comparison. As you can see, the two look nothing alike. That alone should be grounds for deleting the email immediately. If you're still not entirely sure if an email is fake or not, there are a few more things to look for. For example, as you can see in the highlighted box, this email appears to have been sent from the administrator@tsec.net email address. While this may sound plausible, this is not actually an address used within our organization. You can verify with your own IT staff which email addresses are used to send notification emails like these from. Secondly, if you hover your mouse over the link without actually clicking on it, you will notice a pop-up that shows a website named azureedge.net with a bunch of random numbers in front of it. This is definitely not a TSEC website. If you do click on it, however, and you don't have systems in place that detect and block malicious websites, you will arrive at a website that looks like this. This actually looks almost identical to the webmail system our organization does use, and therein lies a problem. People are easily tricked into logging into a fake website that looks just like the real thing. If you look at the URL at the top of the web browser, however, it doesn't show our company's domain name, but something else instead, like this outlookweb.web.app domain, which is definitely not one of our company's domain names. It is also missing our company logo. These are subtle differences that people may not pick up on right away, but it is important that you watch out for them to help you tell the difference between a real and a fake website. Here is our actual webmail login page. As you can see, this page does show the company's logo, and the URL at the top of the web browser shows webmail.tsec.net, which is exactly what it is supposed to say. So what would happen if you were tricked into logging into the fake page? By entering your email address and password here on the fake website, any number of things can happen. The effects can range from somebody simply being a nuisance and deleting all your emails or sending spam emails from your account, to trying to contact other people within your organization and tricking them into providing additional sensitive information by making them think they are talking to you. Such fake websites can also install viruses onto your computer that may or may not be detected by your antivirus software. You should always be critical of emails that ask you to log in somewhere. Check that a website you arrived at is real and a website that you are actually familiar with. If in doubt, you should always check with your IT staff. We would much rather spend a minute or two confirming that you can safely delete an email versus spending a lot more time recovering from a security breach. I hope you have found these tips to be helpful in determining how to spot a possible phishing attack. When in doubt, IT staff are here to help.
All right, so that was from Gerard Beekmans. And let's see. Last, I think we have videos from Allison Mitchell at Mohawk Networks. So we're going to do this one first, actually. So Allison Mitchell is the general manager of Mohawk Networks. Her community is pretty unique because it spans both the US and Canada, but this network specifically is in the US. And so she sent us two videos. One of them is about troubleshooting fiber repair, and the other one is about fiber splicing. So when she did these videos, actually, it's not very often that they actually have a fiber break, but when we asked her to do these videos, they coincidentally had one. So we get to see what it looks like for them to, go out and get into the holes in the ground and find that fiber break.
Identify a break, which in this case, we didn't actually have a break. The machine actually pulled it out of the ground, broke the conduit, but didn't break the fiber. But what it did was it pulled the feed to the pedestal on that side, which is about 110 feet. So it pulled the fiber up and it broke everything in the pedestal. So what we needed to do was figure out if it was broke from here to the main feed on St. Regis Road. So a way to do that is you take a VFL, which is just a piece of equipment that shoots light through fiber. So what I did is I went back to the CO where our main hub is and found a fiber for sanitation and put the VFL on that feed from our CO, which is about 2-3 miles away. So once it shot the light and it came up through here to this point, we knew that our break wasn't here to the road, it was from here to the pedestal. So this is where we've got our first indication what we needed to do for the repair. So we needed to just pull a new fiber from this point to the pedestal. Went back to the shop, grabbed a 150-foot piece of two buffer fiber, and in essence it's really just a big jumper to splice all 24 fibers here and at the pedestal to get everything back up and going.
All right, so that is our first video from Allison Mitchell and Mohawk Networks. And here is the second one.
Now I'm splicing two buffers. I'm splicing a blue buffer and an orange buffer. I started with the orange, and in each buffer there's 12 fibers. And that's what you see laid out here. There's 12 fibers, and there's a color code for each fiber. There's blue, orange, green, brown, slate, white, red, black, yellow, violet, rose, and aqua. So I'm splicing each color to each color right now because this repairs a break. So we just want to get everything spliced together. Strip the buffer back to this point, and then you get your fibers, and then you just splice your fibers together. I'll strip the coating off. Clean it, go back through. And then I'll cleave it. And then you cover it, and then you hit the go button. Now what this is doing is it's taking both strands and it's lining them up as close as it can, and then it's going to heat it up to 3,000 degrees and it's going to melt the glass together. And a perfect read is 0.00, which means there's no flaws in it. So this one reads 0.00. Take the protective shield. And you just want to make sure that the splice is in the middle of the buffer, or middle of the splice shield. Now that just shrink wraps it around it so it holds the splice, protects the splice from breaking. So. And then you go to your splice tray and then you just wind it in there. And then you take the other side, like so. And that's one complete one. So I did 4 so far. I still got 8 to do for this buffer. So once this one's done, I put it all together, and then I set it into the Coyote splice burial splice kit. And then I'll take the blue buffer and do the same thing.
All right, so those are all the videos that we have for our watch party. We're ending a little bit early, and so that means we have about 20 minutes until our opening plenary begins. So I think someone from ISOC is going to go ahead and put up a little break slide. But for now, we have about a 20-minute break, so we can get lunch, get coffee, do whatever before we launch into our opening plenary session, and then we'll launch into some breakout sessions today.
Welcome everyone to the 2020 Indigenous Connectivity Summit. My name is Mark Buell and I'm the Regional Vice President for North America at the Internet Society. I'm based in Ottawa, Canada, and I'm happy to be your MC for today. At this time, I would like to introduce Lana Whiskey Jack. Lana will start the 2020 Summit with an opening prayer. Lana?
Ese kakea no wagamaganak, Lana Whiskey Jack Nitsigason, Onyx Kaponik Otinia. Hi for the invitation of starting out in this way. Just to let people know, I'm reconnecting to the spirit of Nehiawe Win. And so I'm still practicing and learning to speak my language. So I thank you for this time. Ninaskoten newa yak sagastenok sawanok pagisimotak kiwetnok ogawi mawaski nukum tipskau pisem egwa kakiao atayo ganak ega cheskwa ka skeyitaman owi huwin wawa kaki mamo wini koyak gig Ninaskamun Asino esquel, Kitsi o scalpels kisei ne hio asini, Nipi manto escotel iwen. Ninato tamanka mio pemata tamak, Kipematisawin now. Queask tamam mi tone yitamak, Queask ta pixqueyak, egua queask ta witsi. Itoyak. Ninato taman tanagata mak kiguea kawisaki te inu koyak eguaka mamio tane tamio koyak eguaka mio mati oyak mina nawats kagia me lisiak. So I give thanks to the four directions, our Mother Earth, our Grandmother Moon, and to those spirits whose names I do not know yet for bringing us together. I give thanks to the water, to our mountain woman, our water goddess, our main Oscalpos rock, and our spirit fires. I ask that we all continue to walk in beauty, to think good thoughts, speak kind words and language, and to help one another. Ask for blessing, for good health for all our families and their nations. And I pray that we leave our hurts and stresses and go from this circle space feeling better and more peaceful. Hi.
Thank you, Lana. I see a lot of people here today who have attended summits in the past, but I'm also very pleased to see many new faces. So before we get started with the summit, I'd like to talk a bit about what the Indigenous Summit is and why we hold it. More than half of the world now has access to the internet. However, that means that almost half of the world does not. Even in areas with highly developed internet infrastructure like Canada and the United States, there are too many people who are being left behind in the internet revolution. And we all know that it is a fact that Indigenous communities in North America are disproportionately impacted by this digital divide. But that divide can be bridged. People around the world, including Indigenous communities in North America, are taking their digital future into their own hands. They're driving their own connectivity solutions, building networks, advocating for policies that help communities connect, and using the internet to amplify their voices and the voices of their allies. At the Internet Society, we are working all over the world to help people do just that. We believe strongly in using our team and resources to serve as a convener and as a supporter of communities. Our mantra really is by the community, with the community, and for the community. Globally, we focus on the hardest to reach areas where we can help have the biggest impact. In North America, that is predominantly rural and remote Indigenous communities. We work to bring people together to identify and address both the technical and policy issues with a large network of Indigenous advocates, technologists, entrepreneurs, academics, and many others. One of the primary ways we do that is through the Indigenous Connectivity Summit. working with our community, we started the summit in 2017 to provide a space for a community of stakeholders like you to come together to discuss and develop solutions for Indigenous communities to connect themselves to fast, affordable, and sustainable internet service. We held that first summit in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and we have since held summits in Inuvik, Northwest Territories, and in Hilo and Waimanalo, Hawaii. And we had planned to hold this year's summit in Winnipeg, and in fact, we're well down the route of planning for that to happen. So while we can't gather in person this year, I hope we can replicate the discussions and the community building that has been the hallmark of previous summits. In particular, there's one characteristic that I think is crucial to making this year's event a success. Excuse me. This is not your average conference. From the very first summit in Santa Fe, we realized that the expertise isn't just at the front of the room on a panel or behind a podium. It's with everyone who is here. The Indigenous Connectivity Summit really centers around conversations, brainstorming, and sharing of real life experiences. So while we can't have the in-person feel of previous summits, I encourage every one of you to ask questions, interact with other attendees, and be as engaged as you possibly can. We have an Internet Society team member in each of the breakout rooms throughout the week. They'll help field questions and make sure your voice is heard. Regarding your voice, I'd like to note that we have a very diverse group with us here today. There are varying degrees of knowledge about the subjects we will be discussing, ranging from experts who have been doing this for many years to many people who are here to learn and just starting. So for those of you who are just starting, if at any time you don't understand something, say so. Ask the speaker for clarity. And to those of us who work in the alphabet soup of acronyms, my request to you is very simple. Just don't use them. If you hear someone use an acronym that you don't know, ask the speaker to explain it. The community that has been built over the past 3 summits is a very helpful and supportive group. They'll appreciate it when you call them out, I promise you. I also ask all of you to ensure that we have a safe space for all participants. Let's make sure everyone is treated with respect and consideration. The diversity of opinions and perspectives gathered here today make us stronger. We have an excellent group of discussion leads and presenters this week. Each day is themed around a different aspect of connectivity. We develop those themes and the individual breakout room topics and presentations by surveying our partners, past summit participants, and many others. We really wanted to be sure that the topics we discuss here are the topics that are important to you. Today, we will focus on access to resources, and we have 6 breakout rooms on its technical, social, and policy aspects. After a break, we will reconvene and have a presentation from the National Gallery of Canada. Then we will have a plenary discussion to recap the discussions in each of the breakout rooms. Tomorrow, our theme, our focus will be on digital sovereignty. And on Thursday, the final day of the main summit, our focus will be on capacity building. I also encourage you to check out the agenda online, as we have a number of optional sessions that are outside the main summit. For example, quite a few of us spent yesterday learning how to crimp Ethernet cables, and this morning we had a session about connectivity policy in Canada. Tomorrow we have 2 additional sessions, one on the connectivity policy landscape in the US, and a presentation on internet service coverage in New Mexico. These are all excellent sessions, and I highly encourage you to participate in any and all of them that are of interest to you. So with regard to the summit, I think it's important to know what we do after the summit is over. Friday, when the summit ends, our work really begins. Internet Society team members are taking notes throughout all of the sessions, and we're working with some of the alumni of the Indigenous Connectivity Summit Policy and Advocacy Training Program. Together, we'll do our best to capture the discussions that we have this week in order to create a set of recommendations for all of you to take up to advocate for high quality and affordable internet access for all. If you don't know, For the 6 weeks leading up to today, well, 6 weeks leading up to yesterday, we held two sets of trainings, one on the technical aspects of how to build, operate, and manage a community network. The other one was on policy and advocacy. So we have a couple of years of alumni from the policy and advocacy training who really help us shape those recommendations to really try and make a difference or affect change to ensure that all Indigenous communities in North America have access to a fast and affordable internet. Right now, what I'd really like to do is share a short video from the organization Now This that was filmed at the summit last year in Hawaii. After the main summit in Hilo, we all jumped to the next island, Oahu, and went to a small native Hawaiian community to build Hawaii's first community network. And the video really captures what that means for the residents there. I think it also really captures why we're here this week. Greg, could you play the video? Greg, perhaps we could restart it.
I mean, it just means freedom to us. This already changed my life because I feel like I really can't do it by myself. And I mean, I'm crying because it really helps us. In this state, it is really hard to survive. It really is hard to survive. So us having internet here, we don't have to leave this place. We now can make money from home. We can do a business from home. I mean, it just means freedom to us.
So being independent, you have to do your own stuff. You have to run your own power. You have to run your own water. You have to build your own roads. And we've done that over here for the last 25 years. We've built our own houses. Now we've built our own community broadband network. Our internet service prior to this build was very spotty at best. We had cell service. There is one house that was getting internet off of this one pole here, but other than that, everybody else's internet was really terrible. They had a dish service, usually satellite internet, and in order for that to work, other people had to not be on the internet, so you could only do one thing at a time.
It's gonna be independence. Where we live here at Pu'uhonua Waimanalo, we strive for total independence from the fake state of Hawaii. We've been under illegal occupation of the military for the United States of America. This allows us to continue our stance of independence on the web.
Personally, for me, it makes me feel like I have allies all over the world. I have allies in different sectors that we can reach now because of our internet, and it'll make our job easier. It'll make our nation's job easier.
It's going to be amazing, especially when I start school, because then I can do my homework in a better, productive way. And then my kid's iPad will stop buffering and they won't bother me while I try to study.
Kids oftentimes had to go down the road. They had to go to McDonald's. They had to go to Starbucks to finish uploading their projects. And it was frustrating for a lot of the parents because they had to, they had to kind of rearrange their lives and just to keep their kids from falling behind.
We started to realize that the kids were all online. They were learning everything online in school. It made me realize that without this technology, or without the involvement in the digital world, that our kids were falling apart, which would mean that they would even have, hard time in their homes with their parents.
Already we have ideas in the works to possibly create a library, possibly create educational material and educational media so that we can broadcast from our village, so that our message gets outside of the village and gets outside of Hawaii and connects to places all over the world.
We've been really trying to advance ourselves, trying to get ourselves out there so that we can be sustainable, so that we can be independent from everything else that stops us from moving forward. And this is just one more step in that direction.
Thank you. I really like that video. I think it's quite amazing. And a number of people in the video are actually with us today. Brandon is a discussion lead on a session tomorrow. And I'm sure that will be quite amazing. Right now, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors. It's really with their support that this event can be possible. And one thing I'd like to note is that all of our sponsors are continuing sponsors. They've sponsored the event in years past. Our platinum level sponsors, again, are Facebook and Google. Our silver sponsor is Baycells, and they'll be running a session on education broadband spectrum today. And our bronze spectrum is Cybera. I encourage you to look into the work each of these organizations is doing to expand internet access. They've all been a great support to the summit and have been a good partner to the Internet Society. But now I think it's time for the real substance. We have 6 breakout rooms today, and in a few moments you'll see a pop-up window asking you to join one of them. Please choose the one that most interests you. And I'll note that if there's more than one session that you'd like to attend, no worries. We'll be recording each breakout room, and those videos will be made available. As I said, we'll also have note takers in each room who will capture the discussions that will roll up into a report. So have no fear to miss anything. We'll make sure that you get what you need. And with that, I really think I've talked too much, so let's get to it. Greg, could we do the breakout room invitations?
Be ready in one moment.
While we're waiting, I guess I should ask, are there any questions? You'll see the names of the rooms are all places we've held the summit or traveled to as part of the summit. Bruce, in answer to your question on in the chat, what is the site for the recordings? That will be on the internetsociety.org page, and we will make sure that that's posted and sent out to everyone once they're processed. So Greg says the rooms are now open. If everyone can join.
So everyone asking questions on how to join the breakout rooms, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you should see a little widget that has 4 squares that make one big square, and it says breakout rooms.
I seem to be able to unmute myself.
Yeah, I think we can all unmute ourselves.
Hi, everyone. Hello. I'm just popping in to let you know that our presenter, Hossein, is wrapping up his last meeting and he's running a little late. So he's going to make it. But thank you all for your patience throughout our technical difficulties. And we're going to start in a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
I think maybe we'll just do some introductions while we're waiting. That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, that is perfect. Yeah, get to know each other and learn about where you're from.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Anything, if anyone has the ability to switch breakout rooms, there will definitely be ISOC staff in the main room. So if you need anything, come in and ping us.
Cool. All right.
We'll start soon.
So Curtis, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I sound okay. So professor at the University of Washington. Some of my students have been helping out at ICS for a little bit. Esther ran one of the technical bits on crimping yesterday. You're going to hear from Spencer, who was a postdoc in my lab and is transitioning over to research scientist. We are working with ISOC on evaluating a network being deployed in Uluhuktuk in the Canadian Arctic, though COVID has kind of ruined all of that. Largely, I'm in computer science, and so I actually do a lot of technology development and sort of building systems for community networks. And I'm excited to hear what's going on here.
Cool.
Sounds like you're next.
Yeah, so I'm John Hawkins. I actually work for a company called First Broadband, and we do fixed wireless systems specifically for remote and rural communities. And one of our big pushes is to push capability into the community. So we don't install it and then make all our money off of supporting it. We actually install it, teach the community how to support it themselves and be sustainable. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some traction. We have some constraints though, because we operate the product that we've developed anyway is in the UHF remote and rural broadband space. So the 600 meg spectrum. So it's licensed spectrum.
I guess I'll just call people out. Hopefully they'll respond. Shanda?
That's probably a good idea.
Oh, wait, never mind.
You just go down the list.
I could, but I don't know. I mean, people may have stepped away. So anyone else want to volunteer for introductions for people who are here?
I will. My name is Mike Edel. I'm a VP for Operations and Customer Service for Saddleback Communications. We're owned by the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community outside of Scottsdale, well, in Scottsdale. We've got about 1,500 community homes. The tribe's about 10,000 members. We, after participating over the last 6 weeks, and what I've heard so far, we're very blessed. We actually have fiber to every community member's home with a active Ethernet, so we can offer a gigabit to every community member. We have since we're in the Scottsdale area, even though the reservation's about 54,000 acres, most of it is not inhabited, only along the main highways. We have a lot of businesses there, so we make a lot of opportunities there for both the tribe and us. And I'm here really to learn more about what's going on and see if there's anywhere that we might be able to help somebody out there.
I'll go next. Hi, everyone from New Mexico. My name is Mary Bawani. I'm an adjunct instructor with the University of New Mexico in Native American Studies, Communication and Journalism, and I also teach at the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute, or SIPI, which is a tribal college here in Albuquerque. And I have a real interest in what is new and what is happening on the ground. My background is in ICTD as well as journalism. So I'm just really here to learn as well from everyone.
All right, anyone else?
My name is Crystal Lenny, and I'm from Inuit Northwest Territories, and I just came here to learn. I work for the government of the Northwest Territories in their School of Community Government in the Beaufort Delta region.
I can go next. My name is Michael Lithgow. I'm an assistant professor at Athabasca University. Curtis, it's nice to meet you sort of in person a little bit. I've been working with First Nations group south of Edmonton, and they've built their own sort of homespun network, and they're in the process of putting together a proposal to build it out into 4 more communities. I've also done a little bit of work in Mexico and Argentina with communities that are developing their own broadband solutions. And my interest is particularly in the kinds of technical capacities that non-experts need to acquire in order to design, build, and maintain and expand networks. And it's really looking at that pedagogical piece of how non-experts acquire a certain kind of technical expertise. And it's great to be here.
I'll go next. Hi, my name is Christopher O'Brien. I live on the island of Molokai in Hawaii. We have the highest percentage population of Native Hawaiians in the state, 65 to 70%. I work for an organization called Sustainable Molokai, and we work on community projects and other initiatives to make Molokai as independent as possible and self-reliant. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Candace Kalimama Ovine Kapugala. I am from the Big Island, but I'm a associate professor at the University of British Columbia. And my area is in Indigenous language revitalization and technology. And I'm situated within the Faculty of Education in the Department of Language and Literacy Education, as well as the Institute for Critical Indigenous Studies in the Faculty of Arts. So I'm very happy to be here.
I can go next. I'm Clara Wilson. I'm a policy analyst with the Government of Canada, the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development in telecommunications and internet policy. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from everyone.
And hi, this is Hossein Badran. I'm from ISOC. I'm your presenter. And if there are anybody else who would like to do his introduction before
I think we have Jolie and James outstanding. If neither of them volunteer, we can move forward.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you for Curtis for helping us get to know each other, at least virtually, what we do. So thank you much for joining the session, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll hit the record button and then share my screen so that you can, or share my screen first, perhaps. And that's the record button. Record. One second, please. Just have to check permission. One second, getting there. Okay, one second. Just wanted to make sure that I can record the session before we start. That's the whole delay. Sorry for that. Okay. Okay, so we are recording. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for joining this session on community networks and next generation technologies. In this session, we'll cover really some of the technology directions with building community networks, both in the covering the wireless community network as well as in backhaul side, but also an additional evolution step in terms of infrastructure, which covers the internet exchange points. As during the presentation, I'll give perhaps some examples on CNs community networks we have been working with over the last period. And I'd be happy to take questions as we go along. I'll be having a stop between sections of the presentation, particularly after I discuss the traffic backhaul solutions, so that we can have questions there as well as at the end. But if you have a question that you would like to get an answer for, just please jump in, and I'll do my best to address it. So we start with basically status of connectivity in the in Indigenous communities, particularly in Canadian North. And this should not come surprise to hopefully many of you. You are already living there, or you have affiliation with the Canadian North. The Canadian North has really quite a number of Inuit communities, 42 by a recent count, that are satellite dependent. So the communities are really satellite dependent, and the rest are serviced by microwave or fiber, as you just heard from one of the participants. His community has fiber that he can connect to his homes. Satellite services in the north are certainly expensive. They slow, relatively unreliable. That the feedback we're getting from communities we're working with, for example, Uluhaktak in the Northwest Territories, they see a speed of maximum 5 megabits per second symmetrical, but in most times it's often around 1 megabits per second. And it's needless to say, this kind of service is not really fulfilling their demands, as well as the cost of this service is prohibitive. We have heard from, in a previous session this morning, from Medran Afran in Inuvik that Iqaluit, that her monthly bill is in the order of $1,000 for a similar service. So here there are some challenges for sure. So less competition, small number of providers, and there's not much incentive for ISPs to deploy infrastructure in the north from a commercial point of view due to small population, remoteness, and difficult terrain. And this is a diagram that the CRTC has published in 2018 for the Northwest Territories, the Yukon Northwest, as well Nunavut. And you see here the communities that are satellite dependent, and some of them are without high capacity transport. So you see, it's quite sizable population that has quite lack of adequate service that has impact on, as you know now, particularly with the pandemic, on health, education, as well as the well-being in general. To address this kind of challenge, one of the approaches really is to empower the community to build its own infrastructure, particularly from a community network perspective. A community network, as you know, is an infrastructure that builds on community provided service and then backhauls the traffic to the internet using existing infrastructure. And the idea here is it's a community-driven project, community-driven initiative with expertise that could be in the community or gained by external support. But the idea here is a community that drives this kind of initiative and makes sure that community members participate, innovate, and get the benefit of the internet coverage that comes with the community network. The community network is based on two main pillars in terms of technology. One is the wireless coverage inside the community, and the second is how the traffic is being brought back to the global network, the global internet, what we call the backhaul. In terms of wireless coverage, there are technologies that are available and that are being used, and it's a difference between Canada and the US and some of them. One of the most used technologies is Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi at 2.4 gigahertz, for example, and that provides coverage within a community and allows for expansion if needed. The other technology would be Wi-Fi mesh. It has quite similarity with Wi-Fi technology, but it doesn't use a central control unit to control the routers or the antennas inside a particular cell. Basically, it relies on signaling to propagate it from one node to the other in a mesh format, allowing perhaps for more resiliency and more reachability throughout the mesh. We have seen these two technologies being deployed in different places. I'll have some examples for them as we move forward. One additional technology uses TV white spaces, and Microsoft was one of the pioneers in that area. Basically, white spaces is a spectrum that's assigned originally for broadcasting services for TV channels, and has not, since TV broadcasting was migrated from analog to digital. Much of the spectrum has been left unused, and typically it's in the range from 698 to 808 megahertz, on the 700 range, and it's available for usage. Regulators had made it available for usage, typically in unlicensed formats. You don't have to buy a license for using it, but requires regulator approval. The regulator needs to know which kind of operator, which kind of community uses a particular piece of the spectrum, and the channels come typically in the 5 megahertz, 10 megahertz space. In order to regulate the usage of these unlicensed channels, typically the regulator will build a geolocation database himself or through a private partner to assign and monitor spectrum allocation and usage, so that there is no interference happening between operators or communities using channels that are adjacent to each other or using the same channels at the same time, which will cause interference. And TV white spaces has seen an adoption, quite good adoption in the US, where the regulation is favorable, geolocation databases exist, and we see uptake, have seen uptake over the last several years, even within indigenous communities, to use TV white spaces, either for inside the community with the wireless coverage, or even in some cases for backhaul. In Canada, there's a challenge with TV white spaces because although it's unlicensed spectrum, but the geolocation database rollout has seen some difficulties. So using these channels has seen to be quite difficult by operators or communities who want to utilize this unlicensed spectrum. So that's a challenging proposal in Canada. Hopefully, with some advocacy and some working together with CRTC and ISAD, these kinds of obstacles can be alleviated. So it is another vehicle to offer capacity, unlicensed capacity to communities. The one other approach is the private or unlicensed LTE. LTE is the 4G technology for mobile services. It typically runs utilizes a licensed spectrum, but there is a version of it that can utilize unlicensed spectrum, typically at 5 gigahertz. And that can be rolled out in communities without regulatory approval. It's like a Wi-Fi kind of deployment, but uses the architecture of an LTE mobile network let's say on a small scale, without some of the functionalities for large deployment. And a typical CN network, community network architecture will look like this in an abstract fashion. You have the core network connecting the entities, in the community, university buildings, libraries, even hospitals, education centers, and of course housing facilities. Through some sort of a backbone infrastructure that's ideally a fiber optic backbone, which would be the potential best option, as we will discuss moving forward. And then you have also at the top of the slide, you have communities that are connected over a wireless blanket. And there you can utilize the technologies we have discussed, the wireless Wi-Fi blanket over 2.4 gigahertz, for example, or a wireless Wi-Fi mesh solution. That's also a possibility. And then you backhaul that traffic, like the green line here, to the core network. One of the other options of the backhaul, as we will see, is the microwave coverage, and this will be coming in the next section in more detail. An example of a mesh network that's a bit different from the normal conventional Wi-Fi is this here, is the where you have several routers connected to each other, creating a mesh that can be replicated in different locations. And these mesh nodes can be interconnected then over, for example, a microwave link, or even a direct Wi-Fi link if the distance is acceptable and the power budget is sufficient to have an acceptable signal level between the two towers or the two antennas. One such example that, as we will see in the coming slides, is the Toronto mesh, in the New York City mesh, that has been running for about the last 2.5 years using Wi-Fi mesh technology at a mix between 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. And here you see one option to backhaul on the left, to backhaul using a satellite link, as I will describe in the backhaul section. The other option is over an ADSL line using DSL technology if the distance is acceptable, to connect to the public internet, of course. In terms of examples, this is the New York City mesh topology as of a few months ago. It keeps growing and adding nodes. Here, the core nodes to the left and the right are what they call the super nodes, and they are the core of the network. And then you have many other nodes in residences connecting households to the Wi-Fi mesh network. It uses a mix between 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, as I mentioned, and the backhaul capacity comes from bandwidth that's offered by a nearby internet exchange point. So that helps a lot in proving the scalability of the community network in this case. And it's very important to understand that in rolling out these networks, certainly technology is a factor, but a very important factor is community buy-in and community adoption, and community collaboration, particularly in a mesh environment, because each new node in the network relies on adjacent nodes to get connectivity. So that's one particular aspect of the mesh architecture. So these are apartments within an apartment block. The apartments are connected together and they rely on each other to have sufficient bandwidth and sufficient connectivity. If you look at the LTE network architecture, particularly we're going to discuss the unlicensed approach, but the same network architecture. Of course, you have the end user equipment at the far left. You have the radio access network, which is basically the towers carrying the traffic to the core network, and then the core network elements, as described in the box in the middle. which has basically elements for mobility management, home subscriber services, and several types of gateways. And then you connect the traffic over the packet data network to interconnect all these elements together. This is the global or the general network architecture that a mobile operator would deploy for offer 4G or LTE services. And the not typically or the new kinds of technologies will host all the functions that have been usually hosted in hardware over cards in the base station or on gateways on particular dedicated hardware is now offered to be hosted in the cloud as a cloud-based service from the vendor, and the configuration is done then in the cloud. A particular element that is in the base station, what we call node B, is what we call the local gateway function, where you define subscribers or end users to join, who are allowed to join this network through using their SIM cards in the base station and the CPEs, as we will see. One example where we have recently deployed the private or unlicensed LTE scenario is the community network in Waimanalo on the Big Island in Hawaii, with the nation of Hawaii. This is the view of the community from an aerial from a drone, and we have to the bottom left here is the my left is the community center where. And then the households are just to its right and surrounding it. We used the community center to have the E-Node Bs, which are the base stations for the private LTE to be established there, and then each household that will be connected to the network has an outdoor CPE. What CPE is customer premise equipment. The end user device connected to it over the roof of the house, and from the roof, from the CPE, basically an Ethernet cable connects to a router inside the house that offers the local wireless coverage. So this way you can have wider coverage inside the house and around the house using a Wi-Fi connectivity. The E-Node B solution or the private LTE solution uses 5 gigahertz. That's an unlicensed spectrum, and then the router that's inside the unit uses conventional 2.4 gigahertz spectrum for wireless connectivity. This deployment, we used 2 Node Bs just to cover left and right of the community center, and also we have one at the end gate of the establishment to offer basically the cloud of LTE for the community. And also we have 10 CPEs, and they're going to be close to 20 in a matter of weeks. So these are basically the technologies that are common, and we're seeing we have been using to build community networks from a wireless point of view. Are there any questions so far? Okay, I will then continue.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yes, please.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Hi, this is Christopher from Sustainable Molokai. Is there anything Yeah, I heard you talking about a different, like I think it was a CPE network versus the mesh network.
Yes.
But if you had a use case situation where you had pockets of a number of different individual users, but then some that were far away, could there be a use case scenario for like a CPE network that connects to a mesh network to bridge like the more far away locations, but then have a mesh network where there's a lot of individuals?
There's certainly a possibility. Yes, we have seen this could be the case. What I recommend is you need to understand the layout of the land, because as seen from node A, node B to the CPE, you need to have a clear line of sight. So if you have trees in the middle, for example, this will be an obstacle and will have a very, very weak signal, if any. And in Womanalo, we had to make sure that we avoid the trees. There are huge trees at the gate, for example. So we had to avoid them and put the node B's particular locations to have a line of sight. So that's particular consideration: the terrain and the trees and the line of sight. And then the distance is another one. And you can, when you deploy these technologies, doesn't matter if it's Wi-Fi mesh or if it's private LTE. Typically, there is a tool that comes with the solution that you install on your laptop that allows you to measure in real time the strength of the signal strength. And this way you can see if we will have acceptable reception at the receiving end or not. So that happens, that you can make this with any technology that I have seen, Wi-Fi mesh, and the private LTE. All these allow you to have this kind of measurement, real-time measurement while you are installing. One other part to identify is there is some work that needs to be done when you're installing these. Typically, what I have seen is the Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi mesh in terms of installation and the designing the network is easier. The private LTE requires some more configuration because you have to register each CPE with a separate SIM card installed in it, and the number has to be registered inside the node B. So there is a work of registration, configuration and registration work that needs to take place more than in the case of a Wi-Fi mesh. So these are considerations that you keep in mind. And as much as possible, try to avoid too many technologies when you're deploying, because each of them will be configured different way with different tools, just makes lives more complicated. And you have to keep in mind also after the installation. So you have installed network, it's working fine. Maybe in a couple of days is a strong wind or strong rain, and you find the antennas have shifted. So you have to go in and reconfigure, realign some of these devices. So the easier the technology is, the less mix of technologies you have, the easier the operations and maintenance of the network will be. And also because it's all community driven, so the community members are the ones who are going to do the installation as well as the keeping network alive afterwards. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Hussein.
Yes.
So this is John Hawkins from First Broadband. I just wanted to point out in the around the TV white space, the 512 yes. to 608 band in Canada.
Yes.
It's, even though it's a moratorium, it still is a viable commercial technology for that space. So I can connect with you offline, but I think it's something that we should still be
considering,
putting out as a possibility.
Excellent, excellent. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for pointing this out. If we move now in the backhaul solutions portion, which is a really quite important one to have a viable community network deployment in place. There are options that to consider. There are the fixed or wired traffic backhaul solutions, and there are the wireless traffic backhaul solutions. If you look into the fixed wired backhaul solutions, they are typically either fiber optic backhaul or DSL backhaul, as we saw in one of the slides. Fiber optic backhaul is really the most commonly used and the most scalable for use in terms of bandwidth growth. There are technologies which will allow you to have significant amount of bandwidth by having multiple wavelengths, for example, on the fiber, allows you to grow the bandwidth from a few gigabits per second to hundreds and thousands of gigabits per second. So that's quite a scalable technology. The downside here is that some civil work of trenching is required to put the fiber in the ground, as well as you have to clear out any kind of clearances or agreement to access the ground for digging purposes from the relevant authority. Could be the municipality, could be the provincial side, and so on, or the communities themselves. An example that is shown here on the slide is the backhaul solution that was deployed for the Wamanalo solution. Basically, the community was lucky that Hawaii Telecom, the incumbent in that part, had a junction box already set up a few hundreds of meters outside the community. Here, the gate is at the point AP2. That's a gate to the community at point AP2 on the right. And we wanted to have a termination point here and termination point at the community hall at AP1 on the left. The junction box at the top is where the final termination point for the fiber existed. What the community, and that's not sufficient. What the community had to do is basically dig into the ground, this dotted line, in its own ground, with its own effort to have a junction for the fiber down to AP1. And that was an effort that's done by the community itself. They had the equipment. They got some advice on what kind of ducts to buy, what kind of fiber to purchase, and so on, and some expertise to put it there. And then Hawaiian Telecom came, verified everything is fine, and provided the active components and made sure the service can be delivered to that point. So here on that particular solution, we have on each fiber 1 gigabit per second delivered to the community. So we have a backhaul capacity from the junction box moving onward to the national network of 2 gigabit per second capacity, which is quite a huge leap forward for the community, who had been suffering from very weak coverage through maybe some LTE devices that can have, but with some members of the community and not everybody. And then the children had to go to the nearest coffee shop or Starbucks to do their homework for a couple of hours every evening, every afternoon. So fiber backhaul was utilized in the case of Wamanalo because they were lucky. The termination point was not too far away from the community. So whenever it's available, really it's the first option of choice. In some other places, there are possibilities for DSL backhaul, and then typically in urban centers where there is already connectivity there for the internet, and you can backhaul the traffic over DSL over a shorter distance, of course, compared to fiber, but that can be sufficient to provide you with a decent service of internet to the community. So these are the typical wireline solutions or fixed solutions. Copper preferred, of course, and then DSL is the second option that we see in some cases where the copper is available, particularly in urban scenarios. The other side of the backhaul solutions is based on wireless technologies. And here, one of the common technologies that are being used is microwave. A microwave uses a licensed spectrum between 7 gigahertz and 40 gigahertz bands, this typical range. And as I mentioned, it's licensed, so you have to have right approval, license, typically with an operator. So you have to buy the service from the operator. And microwave at these frequencies requires line of sight. Again, there should be no obstacles between the sending and receiving towers or antennas, and clear line of sight has to exist. It allows you to carry traffic in up to hundreds of megabits per second over a distance that can be several kilometers long. There are approaches to have microwave also over higher frequencies in the E and V bands between 60 gigahertz and 70 gigahertz or 80 gigahertz bands, as you will see at the end of the section, where you have line of sight being not that restrictive, so non-line of sight can be an offered service, but over shorter distances due to the higher frequencies. So that's also a possibility that could be explored. The other typical scenario where wireless backhaul is utilized is using satellite service. And satellite service, the typical satellite service is a geostationary, uses a geostationary orbit at 35,000 or 36,000 kilometers from the Earth. And each satellite has an area of coverage that is the area of coverage for that particular geostationary satellite. The delay due to the distance from the Earth is quite significant, an order of half a second, and that has an impact on the service quality. As well as geostationary satellites have been quite challenged with amount of bandwidth they can offer per connection. A few megabits per second, typically, maybe, but there's a newer generation of geostationary satellites that allows you to have around 150 megabits per second downlink and maybe 50 megabits per second uplink. So it's a higher capacity geostationary satellite offering that is also available today. Needless to say that the price point for deploying a satellite service, particularly in the north, is quite expensive. Not only in terms of the monthly cost, but also bringing equipment to the north and setting up the antenna is an activity that's a challenge both financially as well as due to weather conditions. Getting the equipment to the north is a big challenge on its own. So there are challenges with geostationary satellites being offered in the north and northern area. The other option is low Earth orbit satellites, and that's a newer technology that I will be discussing in several slides moving forward. So low Earth orbit satellites had the idea that they tried to avoid the problem of the significant delay between on the uplink and significant delay on the downlink by having the satellites much closer to the Earth. So instead of having the satellite at 36,000 kilometers, we have satellites in the range of 500 to 1,200 kilometers away from the Earth. So the delay goes down by an order of magnitude from hundreds of milliseconds to few milliseconds in some cases, or being promised. The idea here is you will have a large number of satellites that cover parts of the Earth, or the whole Earth, as you will see from SpaceX solution, to offer significant amount of bandwidth in the order of gigabit per second to communities on the Earth with a large number of satellites in constellations. These constellations will use polar and inclined orbits to ensure global coverage. The diagrams here are the diagrams from the Telesat offering, and Telesat basically is planning to offer a number, at least 300 satellites to be in orbit by 2023. A smaller number, about 80 satellites, to be in orbit by 2022. The idea here is by 2022, these 80 satellites or 78 satellites in orbit will allow them to offer a commercial service. And having Telesat being partially funded or receiving funding from ISAD, the number one priority, as I understand, is the connecting services in the Canadian North. So, and that's when this service becomes available in 2022, hopefully LEOs then will offer significant or sufficient connectivity to the north, and hopefully as well in prices that are much more acceptable than current prices over geostationary satellites. But that part remains to be seen. The idea from Telesat is they would like to provide virtual fiber-like connectivity with over their satellite links. So they are offering, or they're saying they will be offer around gigabits per second links from the satellite to the communities to give them experience that is really fiber-like. The other constellation is being built by SpaceX, and SpaceX is a Musk initiative, as perhaps you all know, and the name for the constellation is Starlink. And Starlink, the plan for Starlink is to offer around 1,440 satellites for commercial service. And currently today, around 507 satellites are already in orbit. The last bunch of satellites that was put in orbit was in August 7th through the 10th Starlink launch. And the SpaceX solution has in mind putting satellites, a large number of satellites in orbit at one time, and then having the rocket come back and be ready for next launch with another large number of satellites to be put in orbit as well. And this is different from other approaches that, for example, OneWeb has used before, is put one satellite at a time in orbit, which is quite an expensive undertaking. SpaceX offers or plans to offer services in the northern US first, then globally. It already has trials in some parts in northern US, as they say, and hopefully soon, what they say, in a matter of by this time next year, they'll be able to have commercial service using that number of satellites. A very important point in the SpaceX constellation is they rely on inter-satellite links that will communicate between satellites and offer like a mesh-like kind of topology that can enhance their bandwidth capability as well as their resilience. So this is the vision that Starlink is coming with, to have inter-satellite connectivity using laser beams or light beams that will allow them to have much higher capacity than conventional satellite approaches. This will not be available from day one. This is, as I mentioned, the vision. So it's a work in progress from them to be able to deploy this cutting edge technologies. In terms of market direction, there's difference between the two constellations. SpaceX looks at the consumer market as their primary focus, direct to consumer, and they have come up with a terminal that is supposed to be sitting on the top of the house, where it will point to the appropriate satellite or LEO to get this bandwidth connectivity. Of course, they will potentially partner with service provider to offer services that complement 5G offerings. So they don't position themselves as competing with 5G. They're not offering mobility services, for example, as far as you can tell from the information that's available. What they claim is that their targets will be around 20 milliseconds initially at the first rollout, but the target is to bring it down with scalability to 10 milliseconds. Which is a huge difference from the 500 milliseconds that geostationary satellite demand today. On the other hand, Telesat targets all kinds of markets. So enterprise vertical markets, including mobility and government and backhaul. So here, some sort of operator model is used, where they offer a full suite of services. In Canada, Telesat has licensed to operate as a service provider, and I will understand also in the US, while SpaceX doesn't have this kind of regulatory approval to work as an operator in Canada yet. The time frame to offer SpaceX solutions, as I mentioned, last announcement in July said in 1 year they will have the 1,400 satellites up and running, which will give them significant coverage and then ability to offer commercial services. In Telesat, we're looking at the 2022 timeframe at the earliest to have a commercial service. But the good news is that both target the northern Canada, northern US as a first market to penetrate. This slide really summarizes the solutions that I have described, particularly on for both the wireless as well as the wireline solutions, and the comparison between in terms of cost, resistant to interference for the wire, and the range in terms of kilometers, and if it's licensed or unlicensed solution. So microwave is licensed solution, low cost of deployment if compared to satellite, of course. Both have medium resistance to interference, and the distance, as mentioned here, 5 to 30 kilometers from microwave, but it's quite unlimited for satellites. Low orbit satellites have a deployment cost that we expect to be lower than geostationary satellites, and hence our medium cost. Fiber optic distances wise is quite significant, and very high resistance to interference, as well as copper has high resistance to interference, but at a lower distances, just because signal propagation inside the copper. If you look at microwave at the higher frequencies, as I mentioned, that does not require line of sight. That's the benefit. But the point here is that the deployment costs are relatively low. The resistance to interference is high. E-band is licensed spectrum. The V-band at 60 gigahertz typically requires, but there are spaces of unlicensed spectrum within that range. There is a document that I put together at ISOC that covers these solutions. It was published at the end of last year. That basically covers in some more detail the information about options for backhaul, the wireline-based backhaul, as well as wireless-based backhaul, and has information also on LEOs. At that time, OneWeb was still a viable option, so it has information on OneWeb, but also on Telesat, based on the vision that Telesat has. So you are welcome to refer to this document at our website, and have more additional information that is covered there. Now, before going to the next section on IXPs, I'd like to open it for questions. Just keep in mind I cannot see the chat, fortunately, so I don't see the questions if they are there. But please, if you have a question, just go ahead and ask the question. Thank you. Okay, I'm not hearing any questions. So basically, the next step in evolving the infrastructure, if you have multiple communities already having their own community network, for example, and you have them exchanging traffic, uploading content and exchanging traffic, or you have traffic from parts of the city, within cities, then you have the point of what we call interconnecting these entities together. And this interconnection comes with its own benefit. If I explain the idea behind the internet exchange point, is if you have two operators, and there are basically end users within these two operators. If the end users are within the same network, then when they interconnect, the traffic from one user has to go to over a transit link to the telco that he has subscribed service with, and then to the public internet, and come back to the end user. If this end user is on a different network, that is fine. But if he's on the same network, then basically this traffic that went over the transit links that are leased from the telco is a cost that is being carried by the end users. That's unnecessary cost. And in this case, both end users will pay for transit providers to exchange traffic between their end customers. The idea here is that if I have some sort of interconnectivity between these two users of their respective networks, in this case, the local traffic can remain local between these two users and does not have to use the transit link to go to the public internet and be switched back. If I give you an example, for example, we have two customers here in Ottawa, and they want to interconnect, sending traffic files between each other, or having a Zoom link with each other. If there is no IXP, basically, then what happens is they go to the closest IXP, could be in Toronto, could be somewhere else, could be in the US, could be in New York, and then the traffic has to come back to the end user here in Ottawa. So while they both are here, but the traffic has to propagate and has to cross city boundaries or national boundaries to be reflected back at the closest IXP and be routed back to the end user here in Ottawa. So this transit traffic is an additional cost that is not necessary. And the way to avoid this cost is to have what we call a peering agreement between these two local networks, or two local end users and their respective networks. If you have now multiple end users like this, multiple networks like this, so the peering agreement is established, and the entity or the hardware or the solution that establishes this peering agreement is called the Internet Exchange Point, or the IXP. And so the IXP, really, the benefit of the IXP is to keep the local traffic local, avoiding any unnecessary transit cost to be paid by local operators, and this cost is definitely being propagated back to the end user. So this is the merit of the Internet Exchange Point. And at the Internet Exchange Point, of course, you can add also cache servers, for example, that will cache local content, or content that is frequently used by end users in that community. Hence, arriving at this content, instead of going over boundaries of cities or national boundaries, it's right next to you at the edge of the network, and you can get it without paying any transit cost to reach to it. Once you have this kind of infrastructure in place, this building block of infrastructure in place, the IXP, basically allows you, as I mentioned, to have content brought closer to the end user, to attach to the IXP. Why? Because you will see that more and more entities are appearing at the IXP, and the IXP becomes a point where lots of traffic is being exchanged. Hence, it can be attractive for content providers like Netflix, like Amazon, like Google, like Facebook, to have their cache engines peered or close to the IXP, and hence directly accessible and much easier accessible and better quality of service and quality of experience to the end users in that particular community. And that's why we see content providers like Facebook, for example, having projects that allow even a smaller size cache engine to be deployed directly to IXPs, instead of having them at farther location at central points where you have to propagate across long distances to reach the closest cache engine or concentration point. So in a bullet form, what is an IXP? Basically, it's a layer 2 device, a shared device that allows the communities to peer. And what peering means is basically sharing the routing tables. Sharing the routing tables so that local routes can be identified, and all traffic that is local coming and going to local destinations is decided to remain local, does not have to go to the public internet. Traffic that has a foreign destination outside the community is only this kind of traffic which will go to the transit link to the public internet. And when you build an IXP, there are some considerations that you have to keep in mind. For people to peer at the IXP, for people here, I mean entities like service providers, like educational institutions, like hospitals, any entity that generates traffic, that has content to share, government agencies that have public platforms that they would like to share with residents. By connecting to the IXP, they make access to this kind of service much easier, much more cost-effective, and a better user experience. So for entities to peer at the IXP, it has to be in a neutral location, not counted on a particular service provider, for example. It has to be a neutral location. A data center that is not controlled by a particular entity allows open access to anyone who wants to peer at the IXP. And a convenient location, which means it's directly accessible And the transit links, transit capacity to this location is available at a cost-effective price. So it's not a far-end suburb of the city where basically to reach it, you have to pay a lot of money for transit to arrive at that far location. Our network operators can freely exchange traffic. And what we've seen is IXPs who are a community-driven project. Basically, the community sees the benefit of the IXP and puts in resources, particularly more and more human resources, to agree on the location, agree on the solution, and build the processes that allow anyone who wants to peer or then to be able to do so, and then the operation of the IXP, monitor the traffic usage per user and so on, to be done by the community itself. Very similar kind of philosophy like community networks. That's why you see it's a migration or it's an evolution step in terms of internet infrastructure after community network. And community-driven project is typically a not-for-profit approach, where basically it is basically a cost-run scenario where you can have a small fee for entities to peer, to rent the port at the switch, 1 gigabit per second, 10 gig per second port at the switch, for a nominal monthly or annual fee that covers electricity, cooling, access, physical security part. But all the effort, human effort, is done on a voluntary basis by the members of the IXP management entity. So the role of the IXP and its benefits is keep local traffic local. Basically, the traffic is identified to have a local destination will be routed through the IXP without using any transit capacity, reducing its cost, and having much better end user experience, and hence improve performance, because you are eliminating multiple links, multiple hubs inside the network to arrive at the destination. So you improve performance and have reducing delay as well. And once there is traffic exchange between the end entities and users or the enterprises or the ISPs connected to the IXP, the traffic starts to grow. It attracts investment in terms of additional not only additional capacity, but also SMEs that utilize e-commerce platforms, for example. Any application that's run online will run much more efficiently and effectively with an IXP in place. So it attract investment in terms of building ICT solutions, and also building capacity and skills. What we see in IXPs, more mature IXPs, that the money they get from renting the ports, they funnel back, that's above their cost, they funnel back in the community through programs to promote internet adoption, internet awareness, digital awareness as well, so that community has benefit in terms of the availability of this kind of infrastructure. Attracts investment in terms of training as well, in terms of skill development for people who to operate and utilize the services that come with the IXP. And of course, improve resiliency, because here you have a network component, an element that really can aggregate traffic and provide more resiliency to the network. And there are options to grow the IXP in multiple locations to avoid any single point of failure, and also in terms of increasing capacity and outreach to other parts of the community who want to peer at the IXP. As an example of a kind of solution, this is the slide shows a city in the north, could be Inuvik, for example, or Iqaluit, where the current scenario is there is no IXP deployed. What is happening today is that end users on the top right will need to interconnect between themselves and send information among themselves, share information. But the only way to do so is to utilize the transit link or the backhaul to the satellite, and then come down to get these services or to connect among themselves. So the only way to get services from content providers or to exchange traffic among themselves is through the transit link, and in this case, was a satellite-dependent community through the satellite, which is a very expensive and very delay-intensive operation. If you have an IXP deployed in the community, and community members are starting to peer there, and content is being shared, and traffic on the IXP is on the rise, you have content providers that are looking for market expansion, having a desire to come and peer close to the IXP or at the IXP. In this case, all the traffic between the community entities will remain local. It is basically routed at the IXP in the center, routed back to the community, or if content is being from cache engines is desired, again, content is grabbed and back to the community without utilizing any of the transit capacity, as we have seen in the previous slide. So here it's an evolution of the scalability of the network for the community, as well as much better experience, a much lesser delay in achieving and getting the services, and certainly a more cost-effective solution because you are eliminating the cost of the transit link, the transit capacity. And if you are satellite dependent, then this is a very expensive proposal to remain satellite dependent. Any traffic that you can have it on terrestrial or have it inside the community is a big saving from utilizing transit over satellite. In order to deploy or to develop an IXP, basically there are certain dimensions that require some investment and some work. There is the technical infrastructure. This is not the most difficult one, by the way. So, because you can build an IXP quite small, and then you expand it as more entities want to peer. So it does not have to start as an expensive proposal. It can be a proposal that starts with $10,000, for example, or $12,000, just for the hardware, and then hosting at a data center that could be, for example, at a community college. So it does not have to be expensive to start or to be effective or to have impact on the community. The critical point is the governance infrastructure and the human infrastructure. By governance, we mean how basically the operation of the IXP is governed. As I mentioned, as a community-driven initiative, it is typically a not-for-profit kind of approach. In a neutral location and transparent and open for members to join and to drive the operation and scalability and the sanity of the operation. In terms of human infrastructure, it is important to have the local skills inside the community. So a development curve perhaps needs to happen at the beginning, where some training needs to take place. And here we can, as ISOC, we can help in this phase as well as in the technical infrastructure phase. And we have governance models that, based on our experience in helping communities build IXPs. So building local skills which will remain in the community is very useful and very important. And there are key drivers for success in not only building the IXP, but its operation and scalability, and adding new services as the IXP matures and as it becomes viable for other entities to come and peer at the IXP, share the routing information and share the content at the IXP. One key component is to how you select the host facility, which will host the hardware and the attached services. So as we mentioned, it has to be a neutral and convenient location, no bias to particular provider or particular entity over the others, makes it more difficult for others to join, and a convenient location where fiber access is available, transit cost is affordable, controlled access, particularly for physical security parts. And during the pandemic, some cities or provinces, in this case Vancouver, has made the internet exchange points as a critical infrastructure, so that the people who work there and keep the IXP up and running have access even during curfew times. Of course, cabinet space to host the switch and the attached services, servers, power, of course, and it is important to have redundancy that it's a 24/7 kind of operation, cooling facilities, and then the backhaul is very critical. As mentioned, community networks, backhaul here is equally important to be able to reach the public internet on a dual home kind of topology, where you have multiple fibers going out to multiple providers, for example, that can give you redundancy in the backhaul. These are the key basically requirements to host in terms of host selection of the IXP. One final point is that based on some experience with IXPs that have been running for several years, and typically the question is, what kind of impact, measurable impact, have you seen once an IXP has been deployed in a community, in a city, or in a country? Is there a significant impact on internet traffic, or on latency, or and so on the community? And the case that is that as shown here in this slide is the case of deployment on a national IXP in Kenya, the KIXP. It has been running for almost 10 years now. And before deploying the IXP, the latency is in the order of close to half a second, between 1/600 milliseconds. After the IXP is deployed, we have 2 orders of magnitude reduction, 2 to 10 milliseconds. A huge improvement in delay once the IXP is in place. If you don't have an IXP in place, basically there's no local traffic. All traffic has to go outside to the closest IXP, which is outside the country, and then come back. And it could be, in some cases, this could be outside the continent, could be in Europe. In this particular case, was in Europe, and then comes back. So it's a huge delay, huge investment. Once IXP is deployed, after several years, you have seen at least 1 gigabit per second of traffic that has been exchanged. And this was done a couple of years ago. Today, it is multifold, this number. Again, without an IXP, all content was accessed through the transit links. In this case, international capacities, quite significant investment. Even if the content is hosted locally. Once the IXP is in place and content providers have seen a rise in adoption, rise in peering, they started to attach themselves to the IXP, to peer at the IXP. So in this example, Google network present locally. Now Facebook is also present, and all this content is available locally without having to use any transit capacity or international capacity to arrive at the content. Not only that, but also government services. Without the IXP, the authority that's in charge of the revenue generation, that tax collection authority, the KRA, similar like our CRA, was doing all its work on a conventional paper documents that have to be filled by residents. With the IXP in place, the ecosystem has developed so that services and applications, digital applications, have been put in place. So revenue collection now is all done online. Significant improvement in end user experience, as well as in accountability and service that the government is able to offer. Domain name as a service has also benefited a lot from the IXP presence. Everything was .com before. Now it is KE is a predominant domain registration. And then traffic, regional traffic that was destined to be all sent internationally, now can be peered and routed through the IXP on a local level. So significant impact on the economy, significant impact on the internet resiliency and scalability, and on end user experience that has been demonstrated by an IXP throughout the years deployment, in this case in Kenya. So basically, I'm arriving at the end of my presentation, and opening it up for questions to see if you have any. We'll be more than happy to address them. Thank you.
I have good. Go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Lynn Gennick. I'm from the National Research Council. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you.
My question is related to your slide on Kenya. And I mean, if you look at a country like Kenya, it's a very densely populated country with about 50 million people. And if you compare that to a place like Iqaluit with a population of around 8,000 people, it's a pretty different situation. So how would you compare some of these benefits for Kenya to a much smaller, more remote community that doesn't have a large population?
So that's a very good question, and thank you for asking it. I think the of course numbers will be different, but the key point is that there is a benefit from the ISPs that exist in Iqaluit or Inuvik to peer and to keep the traffic local. And here you need to keep in mind that that residents are paying, for example, $1,000 to have internet connectivity. If we can cut down on the transit costs, this will have direct impact on what they pay on a monthly basis. Once the transit cost has been removed. So if a sufficient number of ISPs agree to peer at an IXP, even if the community is not huge, but the impact on transit cost reduction can still be seen. And this is the philosophy. And we see from our exchange with content providers that it's the numbers matter, of course, in terms of size of community, but they are willing to have small scale, what we call low-end cache engines deployed even in smaller IXPs to give this kind of experience to indigenous communities or to rural communities. Because comparing them with much more denser communities, it's really a different kind of scale. And this kind of differentiation started to get that acceptance with content providers that we collaborate with a lot.
I think that's my question. My question is going to be very similar, but how small is too small? Like I can see a business case for, say Netflix to put a cost in to run a cache engine, because obviously people in these small communities aren't going to have a Netflix account, but if they could get it, then maybe they would be paying for a Netflix account. So I can see where there's a little bit of a business model for new users versus the cost and effort for Netflix to put a cache engine in. But any idea on how small is too small? Like when we're
Yes, there is an idea, of course. I mean, to have a viable IXP, you need to have at least 3 service providers that are willing to peer, or 3 entities that have content that they would like to share that are willing to peer. So this is the starting point. You have to have this to begin with. Once you have this, you can then promote the IXP to other entities that have content or other kinds of ISPs that have content, and then they can continue to peer or evolve the size of the IXP.
Does that
yes.
correlate to population size at all, or?
Not necessarily directly to population size, because each ISP will serve a number of end users, and they differ in size. But the end user doesn't peer directly. Who peers is the service provider or the content provider. So this is the metric. You have to have 3 of these. So that's 3 routing tables exist, and they can merge, and then we can have a local traffic be routed locally.
Just to jump in lightly, traffic like WhatsApp is peer-to-peer. Like there's some sort of signaling traffic to Facebook, but then that's peer-to-peer, and something like an IXP, even in smaller populations, can reduce the latency on those kind of communications, make voice viable, things like that. So it doesn't need to be huge necessarily. Things like Netflix, maybe, but other use cases exist.
Absolutely. And we have interest from indigenous communities in the north that really want to get the benefit. It's a matter of what we find challenging is the issues of backhaul capacities that need to be sufficient, but also the willingness of the ISPs, and some of them are the dominant ones. They are more reluctant to come and peer with the smaller ones. These are the kinds of challenges that we see. But the benefit understanding of its importance, I think, is gaining more and more acceptance. Any more questions? Let me see the chat. Okay.
I have a question, Hussein.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. It was terrific.
Thank you.
Are you aware of any regulatory problems in deploying mesh networks in Canada?
The regulatory requirements are really on the signal level or signal power, and there are some regulations about that in order not to interfere with existing signals from mobile operators or from state safety public safety agencies. So that regulator puts strict bound on number of dBs that the signal has signal strength can go up to. And in some cases, it monitors these signal levels. In Canada as well, and the US FCC has similar regulations. So that's basically the main. As long as you work in the spectrum range that's unlicensed, you just need to keep the signal level at an acceptable range. This is the main requirement.
So I'm curious, and this may have been covered, but because the topic was a little while ago, but CBRS in Canada, and whether if there's any motion on those.
As far as I can have heard, no motion there. We have on the call colleagues also from other places who may have some more insights. But as far as I can have heard, there is no motion. Something similar in Canada. In the US, there is significant motion in terms of making spectrum available for community usage, either educational communities, residential communities, or tribal lands as well. Maybe you have heard about the tribal priority window that just is closed recently in the US, making spectrum available on priority basis for tribal communities to utilize. It would be really great if something similar within Indigenous communities in Canada can be deployed, if the CRTC or ISED can look for something similar vehicles that make spectrum available for social good, for public use on a wider scale than what is available today. I think this would be quite helpful, specifically with the pandemic. Of course, we have seen operators coming in with removing caps on data download, which is quite good. But moving forward with making solutions for community networks much more easy to utilize and easy to deploy would, I think, be help a lot to bridge the digital divide that exists today, has been amplified by the pandemic.
Yeah, and Hussein, it's Mark. Just to add to that, the government of Canada has pushed back the auction for 3.5, and I think it's going to run in June 2021. Am I right on that, Hussein? I think that's the date.
If I remember correctly, that's the date. Yes.
But without any specific carve-outs for community networks. Again, the driver is really around 5G.
Yes.
Yeah, is that just normal auction, or is there CBRS sort of location rules involved?
It's normal auction.
Yeah. Hey, more spectrum. Sounds good.
That was a question, I believe. Okay, so I think the promise is on low Earth orbit satellites is something that northern communities, both in Canada and the US, are looking forward to. The key point here is taking longer than originally anticipated, and its commercial viability is still to be proven once becomes really available in terms of pricing. But at least there are two contenders that some competition between them could help the market have a service that is accessible to our northern communities.
For Canada, is our RRBS, like the 600 reorganization of the 600 megahertz, is that basically a dead thing now, or is that still viable? Is anybody even using it?
I'm not sure if I have most up-to-date information about this to help you out with this, but that's one of the areas that could be utilized. The promise of 5G to utilize multiple spectrum points, some of them at the 700 megahertz band, which is not making everybody happy because it's still potentially useful, as I mentioned, in T white space and other solutions. So that's something to be seen if all the digital divide spectrum would be utilized for commercial purposes, or if some of it would be made available for social usage, social good.
Yeah, I know that there was limitations because it was kind of a Canadian solution. So the production of the actual equipment was more expensive, obviously, because there wasn't much of a market. And then the FCC kind of reorganized, and then Canada kind of had to reorganize. But technically there's still space there, right? And it could be done. It's just not necessarily a market for it. But
yeah, you have to. Yes. It's important to have both the technology as well as the market demand for it to flourish. Okay, if there are no other questions, we are close to the end of the session. So I would like to Mark, do you have any final comments that you'd like to share?
No, I was just going to say we're going into a break now, and we'll reconvene in the main room at 3:30 for a presentation from the National Gallery. And I encourage everyone to attend. Please, Ozan.
Thank you very much thank you, Mark, and thank you much for participating in this session. Thank you for the excellent questions. Hope it was useful and informative, and looking forward to see you in the main session in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
when we kick this event off. In a moment, you're going to see a please answer the question when you see it. There it is. Where was the first Indigenous Connectivity Summit held? I know some of you who are on this call were there, so you know it. Responses are coming in.
Do we win anything?
Our undying gratitude. That's a great question.
An invitation to Winnipeg next year?
Yes. Though we couldn't be in Winnipeg this year, we would still like to go there. And we're hoping that next year we can make that happen. And suggestions for the 2022 summit would be appreciated as well. 71% of people got it correct. Santa Fe was the very first summit in 2017. Great event. That was a really wonderful time and kicked off something that we didn't really know what to expect, but turned out to be quite amazing. Next up, it's actually my pleasure to introduce Jamie Morse from the National Gallery of Canada. Jamie and I go back something like 20 years. We worked together quite a few years ago, and she's going to present some artwork from the Indigenous Gallery at the National Gallery of Canada. Jamie?
Hi, thanks, Mark. Yes, thanks for having me at your meeting today. I started working at the National Gallery in 2014, and my role there is Indigenous programs and outreach. So not only am I doing outreach to Indigenous communities and schools and bringing people in, but I'm doing all kinds of Indigenous outreach to everybody. So what I thought about when I heard the Indigenous Connectivity Summit immediately just brought to mind a piece by Barry Ace. So I'm going to share my screen with you to show it to you, and I'll talk a little bit about it. So what you're looking at is a pretty neat piece of artwork, first of all. Barry Ace is Odawa from Michigan, Manitoulin Island, and what he created in this sculpture is from a gift that he received from another Indigenous artist, Michael Belmore, were these pair of fluvogs. I don't even know how to say it properly. Fluvogs. They're apparently really popular shoes. So somebody can like put the proper name in there. Fluvogs. Somebody write that in there. In any case, what he has attached to the shoes is actually they're worn like trail dusters. So trail dusters were done, I guess, were made by some Southern Indigenous folks, and the idea was that when they were in the bush, that it would wipe away their trail that their feet left, their footprints left. So what he created here with otter fur and synthetic porcupine hair for the tips at the end of the dusters. And if you look close, I'm going to try to bring it up. So my goal really is to just kind of inspire people a little bit, and wherever you are, maybe this is something that is kind of a connection for you, but beadwork, especially Odawa beadwork, is an important part of dressing ourselves, decorating ourselves. And so, and that goes for like many Indigenous people around the world, cultures in general. But if you look really closely, I'm going to show you a detail. What Barry Ace uses is sort of computer parts. So there's capacitors and resistors and old ones. He said he has a hard time finding them now, but he uses what he can because the other, one part of being an artist, being Indigenous, is that we'll find and use, we'll use whatever we can find. And so from far away, it looks like beadwork made with beads, but when you go closer, everything is made out of these little capacitors and resistors. And that kind of also speaks to the erasure or the sweeping up of our own maybe digital footprint. So I think that this one was particularly, flu logs. Thank you. So Kelly just put in the chat what is a flu log. So I don't know if there's any questions right now, but I think probably the two key things are just, he took this as inspiration from a painter or a painter who had, been painting Indigenous people in North America in the 1800s. And so he saw these trail dusters, and that's how he was inspired to create them from those photos, those very old photos. So I just wanted to share that with you. And if you have any questions, I'm here for a while.
Excellent. Thank you, Jamie. And I think if you go on the National Gallery's website, there's more information. I listened to an audio clip, Jamie, on the website, I think.
Yeah, so there is more information on the website. I think I may have made that audio clip, actually. Probably listened to me when you were listening to the clip.
It was you.
So one of the things I really wanted to do was to do a sort of Zoom in person with everyone. But I guess one of our barriers, which is not a real, life barrier in some sense, we have a hard time sometimes accessing copyright. So when I was in the gallery and I filmed a little video, there was like no way I couldn't get in the other works, the other pieces, or blur them out or anything. I wasn't allowed to do that. So if there's anywhere on this image that you'd like to see a little closer to, you can just let me know and I can zoom in a bit. Yeah, otter moccasins. That's the name of the piece. They're trail dusters, otter moccasins.
It's amazing, and I really see the connection to digital footprint being secure and ensuring that you're erasing your trail online as well.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It's from an Indigenous perspective, this idea that it is important to sometimes, in some cases, to erase your digital footprint. But that comes from this, this knowledge from Indigenous nations in Southern North America. So, yeah.
I also love the fact that he uses electronic parts.
Yeah, and he does all kinds of works. We have another piece up. This is part of Abadakwene, which was the second international Indigenous exhibition that we held in 5 years. So it closed, unfortunately, just 2 days ago. But I was lucky enough to be able to still, I wonder if anybody in Ottawa had seen the show and got to see these in person. But they're taken down now.
I might have.
Yeah, you might have. Yeah, because it was up for a whole year, pretty much. Well, 11 months.
Very good. Any questions for Jamie?
I have a quick question. The little loopy things at the end of the flaps, do those connect to something? Yeah, I was going to ask you if you could zoom into it. The little metal loops. Do those connect to something, or are they just decorative? Oh, they're not loops. Okay, I see. But they're kind of like buttons in a way. Oh, they're cool. It's gorgeous.
Jamie, you're on mute.
So if you've ever been to a powwow, then you might notice that some outfits have bells or sound, devices. And that would be a part of what's on there, bells. And then one thing I wasn't sure of, I wasn't sure why the artist chose to use synthetic porcupine hair. I could only guess because the other sort of synthetic parts, but yeah. So here's a good picture of the bell. Okay. And the detail, sorry, if you even look, it's hard to see, but it's a little easier to see, but like even the vines are little capacitors in there. And he doesn't use, there's maybe like a small bit of beads that are actually being used. Even the little copper things, I think, are not actual beads, but from computer parts.
That's amazing. Any other questions for Jamie? Oh, with that, thank you so much, Jamie. And if you're ever in Ottawa, I do highly recommend the Indigenous Gallery at the National Gallery of Canada. It's very cool.
And we do have also a connectivity. We have a connectivity program as well that brings our art into the classroom.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Kelly commented, maybe people who have leftover wires from their crimping session can get creative. That's great. Thanks for that. Next up, we have Katie Jordan from the Internet Society to wrap up and facilitate a discussion with all of us about what we talked about today. Katie, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Mark. So first, I want to say thank you so much to everybody for participating today. I see a lot of people who were here yesterday as well for the wrap up of the policy and advocacy training and the community networks training. So welcome back to your second day. I want to start by covering some of what we learned today in our groups. And I mean, we started off the day with a fantastic panel session, and I heard a lot of kind of recurring themes throughout that were really interesting to me, especially because they seem to tailor to some of the things that we talked about throughout our 6-week training programs in the last several weeks. Sounded like we were talking a lot about, accountability of providers and of governments to actually help communities get access to the internet, and then, really reinforcing the ability of those communities to take access upon themselves, which is something I think we'll talk a lot more about over the coming weeks. But I want to start off there because for those of you who were in the policy and advocacy training, you will know that yesterday at the culmination of this training, the last day of the training, we worked together to start creating this year's policy and advocacy recommendations for the Indigenous Connectivity Summit. And the themes that I was hearing earlier, I think, tailor along with some of what we've already covered in those policy recommendations. But I'd like to turn it to you all and ask, from our first session this morning, the first panel session, are there any things that you all would recommend policymakers do to take action on the conversation that we had? And you can feel free to just unmute and say something or to put it in the chat.
Hi, Katie, it's Sally.
Hey, Sally.
I joined by phone this morning, so I wasn't able to say anything. But one of the things that I would like to say is that we seem to be circling back to ISED and the CRTC and the bigger telcos as if we expect them to be doing something, and they're not. So I am asking, why on earth are we still barking up this tree? And I think it's time we planted our own tree and formed a consortium or a not-for-profit organization and go after this funding ourselves. If we keep knocking at these doors, and nothing is happening. So what makes us think that anything is going to happen now? Anyway, that's just my thinking about it. I don't mind if we go into a not-for-profit, for-profit, go into a partnership with a for-profit company like the gentleman that was there this morning. I think it was from Aristel. And there are smaller for-profit companies that, they would have access to funding that we wouldn't have access to as a for-profit. I'm not suggesting this is something that ISOC should do or something that the First Mile Connectivity Consortium should do. But I think it's something that some of us should maybe think about doing on our own. And I would hope that the First Mile Connectivity Consortium and ISOC would support us if we did decide to do that. So that was one area. And the other area that I'm not sure that anybody talked about was the whole idea that if there's fiber going over Indigenous lands, it should be a given that the people on those lands have access to it free of charge. Those are just the 2 points I wanted to make.
Thanks, Sally. I really appreciate that. And I take your point too about the consortium and about, policy, especially in light of COVID, is incredibly frustrating a lot of the times because it does move a lot slower and is maybe more reticent to change sometimes than we can be as individuals. So I think two areas that sort of hits on what we talked about in the policy training is that there is a need both for in the infrastructure and ownership for policymakers if they're going to be giving out federal funds or if there are federal grants available, that those grants should be straightforward and easy to access and should encourage Indigenous or local participation as opposed to really being tailored for only the largest providers. And the participants yesterday also emphasized that there should be partnerships should be encouraged between Indigenous and non-Indigenous entities, as well as between Indigenous communities. I think for the same reason, to kind of approach these as a unified front. So I really take your point on that. Does anyone else have any kind of lessons learned or key takeaways from the first session of today?
Katie, it's Mark. Sally, just to follow up on your point a bit, one of the things we seem to be lacking in Canada is coordination amongst the groups who are doing similar work. So, when the CRTC has an open call for comments, maybe if we coordinated a little better amongst ourselves, be it CIRA, FMCC, ISOC, the Canadian chapter, and any others, to really reflect and support each other's submissions. I don't
know. Hello, this is Myron.
Hey, Myron, go ahead.
I would like to see some support in community investment for the community, by the community, and community wireless. And that's one of my challenges that I looked for in doing this work. And so to demonstrate the skills to tribes that it can be done by our own people, it's really trying to get that equipment and then being able to articulate it. One thing that I came across with tribes is the technical literacy in tribal council and the community. Although the young people can all use it, it's the older people that are the decision makers that can't use it or articulate it. So the technical literacy part. But to show up with a network already ready to deploy, that's something completely different. And it shows that it can be done instantly with mobile deployment. And I like to see some type of support to maybe grant that have a startup with solar and network mesh that just create templates for tribes to say, yeah, we want that in our community. And those that don't have access, they can move towards that with a tribe that maybe was where they were at maybe the same year or the year before. they can have confidence to push it through and articulate the policy as well. That's one thing that in history is we couldn't articulate the telegraph. We couldn't articulate who controls the media, controls the narrative until later on. And I think we're in an age now is like she said, it's just to plant our own tree, but from scratch and have it ready for deployment. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Myron. I appreciate that. And I think I've captured your thoughts. It's really interesting you bring up the funding and technical literacy as well, or funding for both, communities and that technical literacy piece. I actually saw that in a piece of legislation for the first time this year that I can remember. That's a piece of legislation that specifically had funds for training in Indigenous and rural communities. And that was really exciting to me. So it seems like others are recognizing the same thing, and we've got an opportunity to sort of push on that momentum, which is great. Okay. Does anyone have any other comments from the first session this morning? And if not, we'll move to the breakouts that we had this afternoon. Or I guess I should say from early this afternoon and then later this afternoon. Okay. So with that, I would really like to hear from the discussion leads in each of our breakout rooms earlier, some key takeaways that you heard from participants, or if you were a participant in one of those breakout rooms, something interesting that you learned, a piece of the conversation that you thought was particularly important to bring back to this full group, a recommendation you'd like us to include in the policy document or anything like that. And if we have volunteers, we can skip around, and if not, I'll call on the different groups.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to run down the agenda then. Would someone from the Developing a Baseline for Quality of Service like to tell us about some high-level takeaways from that conversation?
Holly, are you there?
Yes, I am. I was kind of hoping that somebody else would say something.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested in Myron's idea, actually. If we could sort of set up a kit that could be deployed in different communities. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And it would help a small community get started up. I guess one of the takeaways that I got from the session that I ran was Allison is doing a great job at Mohawk Communications, and she talked a lot about how the importance of documenting, and like part and parcel of developing a good baseline for service is that you have credibility as an organization. The internet is it's a scientific instrument. It's something that if you're going to be an ISP or be working in the industry, you need to have a level of professionalism. You need to document what it is that you do. And that doesn't always square with the type of people that are working for you. And so you almost need to have somebody on your staff who likes to do these things, like likes to be a documentalist, that gets excited when they're asked to, create a ticket. Because the reason why that is important is when you carry on year after year, they say what goes around comes around, and it's very true, because sometimes 5 years down the road, you walk into a situation and a light goes on, and you say, oh, we have been here before, we've been in this situation before. Where are our notes on that? What do we do at that time? Or, do we have access to that ticket? Can we bring it up? And in our industry, you find that there is a turnover of staff. People move away, people retire, people pass away. So what we are left with is a situation where what can be created is what's called a single point of failure, where there's a breakdown because someone is no longer there, which is why it is critical to have incident reports, to have technical reports, to have procedure manuals, so that you know in an emergency where to go to get the information that you need. Working on the technical side of an ISP, it's an adrenaline rush. It can be an adrenaline rush. You know, when you get that call at 3 o'clock in the morning and it's an emergency and you're half asleep and you're trying to figure out, okay, who do I call? Which is why it's important to have a list of all the phone numbers, contact information of people that you may need to call in a situation like that. In our communities, we are responsible for all of the communications, all of the 911 calls, all of the ambulance services, police services, hospital services. We're responsible for all of that. So we have to be credible, we have to be professional, and we have to have our trained staff, our staff trained and well resourced, especially the technicians in the field. They need to have what they need. Because as Myron said earlier, he and I were talking earlier about this, he was in a situation in Kansas, I think it was last year, when a tornado went through. And he was very fortunate because all of his techs had self-contained units where they had everything they needed on a mobile basis to deal with the situation they were handed, that they found themselves in. And that is what I am trying to do in the communities that I serve. I'm sure that's what Addie and Penny try and do with KNet, because you cannot always get the resources into the community that you need to get in when you need one. It's better just to have them there in the first place. Also, the communities where we work do not have cellular service. So with the exception of Attawapiskat. So it's very, very, and there's no backup. So when the fiber goes out in Sheshawin and Fort Albany, we have no way of contacting any of those individuals in those communities. We don't have, there's no cellular service, there's no satellite service, there's no cable, there's nothing. So it's very, very important to support your techs, have them well resourced, have your procedure manuals in order, and walk through scenarios of what if this happens, what if that happens, and make sure that you know what the chain of communication is when you run into a problem.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sally. Appreciate that very much. All right. And so, and thank you so much to everybody that participated in that session as well. I agree. It was a really good discussion. And Myron, you made some great points that I think I've captured in our notes as well for the day. All right. So we've got 5 more to run through. I'm going to ask the leads of each of these sessions to give a real quick overview of the key points for takeaway. Let's start with the next one that's going down the agenda. Hosine, are you on? And do you want to give us an update from your session, some brief key takeaways?
Yes, thank you, Katie. Basically, there was interest really in the community networks deployment scenarios, particularly wireless solutions. The wireless mesh solutions had a couple of questions from representatives of indigenous communities. On the backhaul side, solutions regarding the low Earth orbit satellites. We have covered SpaceX and Telesat services or offerings, constellation offerings. So some discussion around these. There was interest in this, and the point that both of them have service offerings that plan to offer services in northern Canada and northern US was encouraging. There was a discussion on IXPs, a session on IXPs and discussion around it, and some comparisons between IXPs in large communities, country level IXPs versus IXPs in smaller communities, where there's a limited number of internet service providers, ISPs, that could peer, a more limited number of end users in these communities. So the case were for deployments in Indigenous communities in northern Canada was made, and the need and the potential benefit these communities can gain out of the deployment was discussed in some length with different points of view. So that was and there was discussion on spectrum availability for social good, resemblance to the US, what's happening there with the EBS and the tribal window discussion. This was also discussed and raised, and there were representatives from the Canadian side on the call. So hopefully these messages were heard. These are the key points. Spend some time at the end regarding on the spectrum for social good, and the fact that the auction that was in Canada planned for 2.5 gigahertz did not move forward, although it was for commercial purposes in any case.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Hussein. I appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear that you all had that conversation around spectrum as well, because the policy group had a long conversation about that yesterday as well. And we have several points included in the policy recommendations on that. And I should also mention that I will share these draft policy recommendations with everybody before the end of the week so that they can be improved upon by this group as necessary, include our conversation, and get voted on as is in other years at the end of the week. So keep an eye out for that. With that, I'm going to ask next up Matt. Matt, are you on? And could you give us some brief key takeaways from the session that you led this afternoon? Okay, we'll come back to Matt in just a second then. Do we have Danae on? And Danae, could you give us some key takeaways from your session? We may not have Danae actually. Okay, was anyone in either Matt or Danae's session that could give us, oh, Matt's doing an install. Well, that's pretty important, so good for Matt. I'm glad to hear that that's how he's using his time today. I think that's pretty fair. Was anyone in either Matt or Danae's group earlier today that could give us some high level takeaways from those breakout sessions? Let's see.
If no one wants to take it for Matt's, I can discuss a little bit of what we talked about. So we touched on a lot of things. Our session was about business models. So we talked about how you need to build in true business structures. So, figuring out, do you want to charge your users? If you do, how is that going to work? If you don't, how are you going to pay for the service? We discussed the business of even being on the internet. So, remote employment, using it as a tool for, finding a job, things like remote learning. And then we also talked about how you can project what your growth pattern is going to look like over time. So what are the basic needs that a network needs to satisfy for your community? And Matt said that for him, he thinks that the lowest common denominator, the most basic need, is education and students, and making sure that a network can service students. And from there, you can think more about, what else do you want to use the internet for, like online storefronts, telecommuting, etc. He also discussed more about the sovereign land issue for funding and loans. So the issue of, for a lot of funding, you might need to put land up for collateral, but when it's sovereign land, it's not land that you own, and that's a barrier for tribal communities in the US. We also talked more about having more advocacy at the state level for funding and programming, not only for funding for broadband, but also, you know, how are we even going to try to offset the effects of COVID and having to do distance learning on students. And then we also talked about COVID precautions that tribes have been working on and some ideas that they have, or more recent things that they've been working on. So Matt discussed Wi-Fi drive-ins, you know, the fact that a lot of tribes have specific COVID rules for their own communities. And so it's really important for providers to check in with those rules before they come in and do any deployments or do any maintenance work or anything of that kind. If anyone else from Matt's session wants to jump in and fill in any gaps, these are just some skeleton notes that I took. So if anyone has any other thoughts, feel free to just jump in.
Thanks, Anna. I appreciate you jumping in. And I'm really glad too that you all had the two conversations, or two pieces of that conversation in particular. The first is on the idea of, I guess, maybe unintended or not thought through enough consequences of people without a background in Indigenous issues writing policies that impact Indigenous communities. So for example, the fact that there are a lot of grants, at least in the United States, that are intended to serve rural Indigenous areas, and yet they're written in such a way where Indigenous communities can't apply by default because they can't put their land up for collateral or for other reasons. And so I'm really glad that you all started talking about that, and I hope that that will be a part of this conversation for the rest of the week, and how else we can get involved, and how else representatives from Indigenous communities can be included in those conversations to highlight that kind of issue that just should not exist in legislation. And then also, I'm really glad it sounds like you guys had a good conversation about what to do with the internet when you have it, especially during COVID for students and for things like that. And I think, again, that's another place that we should have many more conversations this week, because as we've heard in every other summit in this series, there is so much that Indigenous community members uniquely bring to the internet, and there's so many unique uses of it. And it's a really great opportunity to highlight some of those stories as well. So thanks very much. And Matt, I see you're back now. Not to put you on the spot, Anna just did a great readout from some key takeaways from your session, but I wasn't sure if there's anything else you'd like to add to it.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go put out a different fire. But it sounds like you probably hit all the highlights. So I think I'm good unless somebody has specific questions. It was a good session.
It sounds like it. I'm really glad.
And Chris Mitchell and Jeff Blackwell joined in on that as well. So there was some good, side comments and filler there. And so several of the other participants, Marissa and a handful of others, put in some great questions. So, very good conversation, good baseline to, build off of, and looking forward to, sharing more resources moving forward. I shared contact information. I'm always available. So thanks.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Matt. Okay, so I don't think we have Danae on, but is there anyone who was in Danae's session earlier on the best practices for accessing funding that would like to give us some high-level takeaways? Okay. Well, I'm sure it was a great session nonetheless, and I will catch up with Danae later to get some of those and make sure that they're included. So thank you all very much for your participation in those sessions. I hope that this format was something that worked well for you. Please, as a reminder, be sure to download the latest version of Zoom and be using your personal Zoom account, which should be free to create, so that way you can move around breakout sessions as you need. And you can do that by clicking in the bottom column where in the line that says, mute, stop, leave, and all those things, towards the right-hand side, when we're running breakout sessions, it will say breakout sections. And if you click on that, you can choose which one you're in. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. Hopefully that'll help us to keep these discussions, very personal. And I hope that will lead us to really working together towards some good conversation, but also some outcomes of this summit, because we really want to be thinking about actions that we can take as a group and as a unique collection of individuals with unique skill sets to see how we can help each other in our goals, both for connectivity and unique uses of that connectivity. So, and thank you so much, Alex, for putting in the chat your comments on Danae's session. I really appreciate that, and we'll collect them in the notes. To that end, I would love to hear from anyone else. If you have any thoughts overall on things that you've learned today, any feedback for us on things that were covered, things that weren't covered, how the day went, it'd be great to hear that now. No need to be shy. Okay, well, I'll keep my eye out. You guys are welcome to interrupt me if you have any thoughts. But again, my thoughts are that I'm very excited that we're all a part of this. So thanks very much for joining us.
Katie, can I add in real fast?
Yeah, please.
Just want to make sure that everybody focuses on the fact that the chat is full of tons of resources. So collecting those resources from each of the breakouts and then presenting them to folks in a digestible format after or even during would be extremely valuable, because I think I dumped a bunch of funding opportunities and grant opportunities into my last chat. And I know I'm seeing a few here, and I'm not sure what happened to the other breakouts, but those are usually where a lot of the real hard resources are.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Matt. And that actually leads me to the last thing I wanted to talk about today. So many of you, again, were in the policy and advocacy and the community networks training leading up to these summits. But for those of you that weren't, we held 2 trainings leading up to the summit. Each was 6 weeks long and had 1 session per week. And they culminated yesterday for the policy and advocacy session on the creation of high-level policy recommendations for this year. And for the community networks group, it culminated in a hands-on technical training that resulted in, let's see if I can find mine, an Ethernet cords that everyone created. Well, I only have my attempt one, but this is what they were supposed to look like. So if you missed those sessions, but you received a box with these materials in them, you'll be able to watch that recording and actually learn how to put together your own Ethernet cord whenever you want to. But one thing that is ongoing throughout this process has been the collection of resources for both of those trainings. And the trainings each have their own separate web page, right? They're password protected. End of the summit, we're going to make those web pages open, and they have everything from video recordings from each of the sessions to massive collection of web links and videos and interesting Twitter threads and things like that we hope will be an ongoing resource for you, exactly like Matt's talking about. And we've been continually updating those with links in the chats during the training, and I'll do my best to do the same after this. But please do take a look at those at the end of this. And if you think the resource is missing, let us know, because last year's resources on the training sites have been really good resources and still contain a collection of a ton of information that we've been cataloging. So please be sure to check it out. We also, as a part of the policy and advocacy training, as I've been talking about, drafted the policy recommendations for this year. And they essentially at this point are falling into a few specific buckets. The first is on mapping, and this is across the board, both in the US and Canada. People are really concerned about the way that connectivity is mapped and who counts as connected based on those maps. So for example, in Canada, if one person in your hexagonal mapping shape is connected, the entire hexagon is connected. Similarly, in the US, if one person in your census block is connected, you're all considered connected. But also when it comes to connecting, or when it comes to the maps, that's how federal funds are allocated. And so a lot of communities are being missed because of bad data, or data that is self-reported by providers who were then the beneficiaries of those grants. So that's a conversation I'm sure we'll have lots more of. Another big bucket was inclusivity, community consultation, and engagement. This covered a lot of things, but one of the things that I heard across a couple of groups was the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People is essentially the right of informed consent that says that states will consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples. And under the Obama administration, the United States signed on to that declaration, but participants felt that it was not being upheld. And so that's something that we want to look at, as well as creation of KPIs for actual engagement instead of just sort of tick boxes. Because in Canada, there are actual metrics around consultation of Indigenous communities, but it's turned into sort of according to participants, a way for providers to really get around actual and meaningful engagement, because it's just, did you do A, yes or no, as opposed to really trying to reach a common goal. So there's a lot more on that, and especially around the idea of digital equity. Our third bucket was on capacity building and the need to enhance Indigenous communities through access to funding and training. And I think, Myron, this is really where your comments today fit in so well as well. And we covered a bunch of stuff there, but again, that really the idea that communities and federal funds should be used to actually build up communities, not to build up private entities without a local presence. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Our fourth bucket was on spectrum. We talked a lot about the tribal priority window for the 2.5 band of spectrum in the United States and how that should really be the norm for all spectrum auctions when there is unused or unlicensed spectrum over Indigenous lands. And I think that that's really interesting and important. And we talked a lot too about the idea that, you know, this is a natural resource. Spectrum is a natural resource, and therefore Indigenous communities should have first access to it when there's spectrum over their lands, but they should also have first right of refusal if that spectrum license is transferred. So I'm glad to hear that at least one of the breakout sessions today had a similar conversation, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it. We also talked about the idea of partnerships. And again, that's similar to Sally, your idea of a consortium. Talked about the need for partnerships between Indigenous communities and also between Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous entities. That also kind of leads to the next bucket, which was on infrastructure and ownership. This, we had a whole range of things to talk about, but it really comes down to the idea that connectivity is so essential, especially in light of COVID-19. And it's very clear that, Sally, again, to your point, the traditional means of accessing connectivity just are not working for so many communities. So we need to get creative, and we need to put the power back in communities' hands, because connectivity fundamentally is linked to sovereignty, and we need to respect that and encourage that. And then lastly, we talked about affordability, because it's not enough just to get infrastructure in place. That service has to also be affordable. And policymakers should create metrics to judge and monitor affordability so that, and that should be reported on actively, so that we don't end up in situations where areas that are urban and easy to connect have the cheapest service, and those who are most in need of that critical resource in rural and remote areas have to end up paying significantly more or unaffordable rates in many cases. So that's where we stand. I'm going to try and clean these up a little bit more, put them into out of like my brain bullet points and into actual readable sentences and things like that, so I can share them, you know, hopefully tomorrow, though maybe the next day, but you'll definitely see them in their full form prior to Friday, because on Friday we will have a very concerted conversation about this to make sure we've included everything that is necessary. We haven't included anything that is inappropriate to include, and we'll get sign off from this group before they are published. So right off the bat, I know I went through those very quickly and you haven't seen the text yet, but is there anything that you're hearing and you're thinking, whoa, I think they've got it totally wrong, or anything that a big bucket that you think is missing from that work?
I had a thought that I've had for since I started working with wireless, was we are the only ones playing by the rules when it comes to the law or communication or guidelines or policy. And sovereignty is, to me, I've always felt that we're not exercising our inherent right. And our inherent right, like to harvest food, have clean water, clean air, and our traditional harvesting areas. And this is no different than the communication that we're at this time, where we're asking for permission all the time to deploy instead of exercising our inherent right. And a courtesy is the policy we draft on our behalf with our trust, with our relationship with the federal government, from government to government. To me, I'm always thinking, like, why do we always have to ask for permission? And that's our skill set. That's where we start, is asking for permission. And the guy that I worked with, he always said, he was a non-native, and he asked me that question: why do you always ask for permission? Why does your tribe ask for permission? Why is that the first? That's what his skill set is not with tribal law or policies, but it's with the boarding school era and asking for permission, the militarization and thought process. And I don't feel we're too late, but if we start to develop our own policies in place that coincide with international, coincide with Homeland Security, United States, local, public spectrum, and then we are exercising true sovereignty, and we're actually not asking for permission, we're just deploying. And I know there's tribes throughout the country that have probably done that, but can we go off of that model? Can we base it off of that model so we're not asking for permission?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's very well said, and I think it's a really important point to discuss. I'd be really interested if Matt and Jeff are on, if they have thoughts on that as well, especially with your background working between federal and local.
Jeff, you want to go for that one? You might be tied up. So specifically, sorry, I missed part of it. I've been juggling. Like, those of you who don't know, I've been gone for 3 weeks and I got back to a pile that is insurmountable. I've been juggling some stuff. So can you repeat the question one more time, Katie, please?
Sure. So, and Myron, please correct me if I've missaid this, but I think essentially the question came down to, as sovereign nations, how can tribal communities or indigenous communities deploy or act without having to ask permission, so that they are actually, sovereign nation to sovereign nation negotiating, as opposed to constantly having to ask permission from another sovereign entity. Is that correct, Myron? Is that what you were generally?
You mean, wait, we have to ask permission? Oh. So interestingly enough, in the consortium that is Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association, now 24 federally recognized tribes together. When I started, it was 19. And my 20th year starts in a couple days with them. It has been an interesting battle on that front, because we don't have contiguous borders, right? We don't butt up against each other, where there's county land in between all of us. So when we wanted to connect each other, if you would consider doing fiber, we would have to deal with county or state or local governments and deal with their restriction and rules to get from reservation to reservation, when all we really wanted to do was connect ourselves. And wireless communications allowed us to jump over that gap, if you will, between the borders and do it without consulting anybody. Obviously, we have to mind the rules of the FCC, as the spectrum is governed by them at the moment. So within the parameters, we were able to use those tools available to us, but we were able to build a 650-mile network that does not touch non-tribal land, that does not rely on non-tribal easements or non-tribal rent or any of the county restrictions or local restrictions that would normally play into effect if you had to touch their land. So using wireless, we were able to hop over that. Now, if we were going to do fiber, we would obviously have to play by a different structure and a different set of rules. And, you know, hopefully moving forward, you know, we'll see some dynamic shift in the ability for tribes to navigate their own landscape, and then landscape outside of their borders, where they should be afforded the rights to do so as other entities are. And then when we work with the federal government, you know, it should be something that is almost on rails, that's easy to do for tribes. There should be no other hurdles for tribes to be able to build networks to each other and work with each other on that level. So I don't know, I hope that answered that.
It's the right of ways, right?
Yeah, right of ways are the tough part, right? So with Arcadian Infracom, which is another company I work with, you know, that's half the battle is right of way. I mean, the construction part, sadly enough, construction is hard, but construction is the easy part. Getting the right of way to go, you know, 1,500 miles, touching all the different landowners, even if you're in an already disturbed corridor on an interstate or a highway, on the edge of a highway, you still have to deal with the underlying landowners and rights of way along the path. And for a tribe to do that, it shouldn't be any different for the tribe to do that than a corporation or, you know, a state or anybody that's building across a landscape there, even though the tribe is outside of their own physical boundary or physical reservation boundary. They shouldn't hinder the fact that they should be able to build communications and connect each other or connect non-tribal entities. If you look at, in the case of, let's say the Gila River Telecom Company, the GRTI, they acquired assets that served part of Phoenix in their telephone company, and then they built out bigger than that and serve a greater area that's not exactly just on their reservation, they're outside of that. So there has been some precedent set on some of those efforts. So hopefully we can use the guidance of those that have solved it already to navigate going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Myron, for that question, and Matt for that response. Really appreciate it. Does anyone else have any reflections on the policy recommendations or other pieces of today that they'd like to share or talk about? Okay.
I will bring up one thing that Sally mentioned yesterday, and just to bring it back into the forefront of the conversation and think about it again, an opportunity to baseline or understand standardized pricing and getting our whole community together on understanding what costs should look like versus what you may be forced to pay right now, and why you might be paying more versus why they shouldn't be charging you that much, and understanding the parameters of pricing. I think that's a really key component, because in the beginning, 2001, we were paying $99 per megabit per month. Today, we are now connected to Scenic, which is a research and education network, and Scenic has afforded us the ability to pay 39 cents for that same megabit per month. On the same fiber path, that it's still delivered through AT&T. It's just through a different pricing structure with different negotiations and different opportunities. So I think having some sort of an ability to kind of aggregate what we're all getting into a sheet or a informational piece, and what that may look like and why, may really inform moving forward the expansion of networks or the starting of a brand new network, so that people step into this space and don't get rolled day one. They know what to expect and they know why to expect it. And if they're being treated otherwise, you know, maybe there's then a foundation of knowledge and understanding that they can negotiate from, or work with organizations that we know have helped us navigate those pricing structures in the past to get to a better space.
Matt, thanks very much for flagging that. And I really like the idea of sort of crowdsourcing that information, especially given the community that we have here. It's fairly diverse in geographical regions between the US and Canada. So that's a really interesting idea and one that I'd like to talk about again once I chat with the ISAC team about what we can do on it. So thanks very much. Okay, last call for feedback or comments for today. Anyone else? All right, going once, going twice. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say to all of the IT guys or, the technical is to incorporate the youth into the challenge here to create those solutions and some youth initiative to maybe work on the technical or technically literate challenges that they face in their community. Right now, they're able to articulate so much. They just can't do it in the technical terms. And I work with youth. And so whenever I'm speaking with them, they're telling me they're the ones helping their mom and dad or auntie or uncle or grandpa and grandma get on Wi-Fi or log into these Zooms, which they're having to do. And we have a lot of key people in high places that are having technical issues when it comes to just basic literacy with online Zoom and calling in. Another one is calling in. I get messages on Zoom. I'm like, yeah, I can see and I can hear, but I can't, I can't speak, I can't say anything, or I can't, there's all these just small things and these kids just instantly jump in there. And I think that would be, for the next panel, I would like to see a group of young people on here to come up with these solutions that you guys are discussing, especially in policy and sovereignty, right-of-ways, cultural sites, monitoring in front of fiber. How many people do we have a program that does fiber splicing? Do we even have a position in fiber splicing? All those things on the res that just don't seem a reality because there are no positions for those. And I'm all of those that I shared. I'm certified fiber splicing, and there's no position on the res. And that kind of went out the window many years ago. And just having those access on the reality of these opportunities, these youth, are these realistic positions and places for them? Especially now that our tribes are being forced to go online. Like my tribe, there's several tribal members that don't have internet and we have 3G. So that's the other issue. And I think 20 miles away is 5G.
Yeah, Myron, I could not agree with you more. I think that is so important and absolutely something we'd want to look into. I think one of the coolest parts of last year's summit, for me at least, was during the hands-on technical training in Waimanalo, there was such a wide age variety for exactly that reason. We had young kids helping out their grandparents and every age in between working together on these technical solutions. And it was so cool and so empowering. So I would love to duplicate that more and appreciate you raising that. And Bruce, yes, to echo Sarah, thanks very much for your comment in the chat. Okay. All right. With that, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone for your participation today, participation in this discussion, and your participation throughout the rest of the week. This is just the beginning, and I know we have so much more to cover, and I'm really looking forward to it. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Mark for any closing wrap up and housekeeping.
I really don't have anything to add, Katie, except to say thank you everyone for being with us today and for having patience with our technical hiccups. I promise by the end of the week, we'll be masters at running a conference online and hoping we'll be able to do it in person next year. I encourage everyone to join us in the morning. We have two really interesting sessions before the main summit begins. Katie is leading one on the US policy landscape, and then another one from Dr. Elizabeth Belding about measuring LTE coverage in New Mexico, what it officially looks like and what it really actually looks like. So with that, have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And please fill out the survey that's in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
So you can choose your breakout for tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.